my lovely people, how are you all? I really hope by this time everybody must be so excited. There must be some mixed emotions in you, isn't it? So I can see the chat section, the live play section is filled with so many comments. Yes, we have started and we are going to start. Don't worry, dear students, don't worry at all. Because today, as we know that we have really performed, we have really worked so hard for our tomorrow's exam. Together, all together, your efforts, right, and my persistence will definitely yield high results. I am telling you. So before this, I would like to talk to you, everybody. How is everyone? How is your preparation going on? I hope you are not panicking. You are not getting and you are not getting anxious. Is it? Okay. So I hope we have done enough preparation. So you are going to rock it. You are going to nail it, right? Hello, you are back. Yashmeet is back. Wow. Waka Malike is back. Reshma. Okay. Anjana is back. Lakshay is back. All right. So dear students, as we proceed towards our session, I would like to tell you a very important thing. Now is the time that you get serious most, right? So what is going to happen tomorrow? You are going to have your exam. Now you need a push factor, right? Despite the fact that you have covered most of the topics, be it literature section, reading section, writing section, grammar section, but please don't be anxious, be motivated, keep taking deep breaths, be calm and composed. And yes, what else do you need when I am going to be there with you all tomorrow morning live, right? So I'll be there with you early morning as well at your revision time, because revision is very, very important. That last minute revision, that last rapid fire round is very, very important for all of us. So don't worry, don't get panic. Even if you feel you have any question, or even if you feel that you have some doubt, I will be there to clarify till the very last minute. All right. So don't get panic, be calm, right? बार बार एक ही चीज बोल रही हूँ. Don't get panic, don't get anxious, don't get worried at all. I'll be there for you live, right? We will also be having another live class sharp at 5 a.m. tomorrow to discuss all your queries and to make you feel motivated, right? Because I know you are going to ace it. So I hope everybody is ready for the same. Okay, so let's get started. So I really hope that people would be joining me live sharp at 5 a.m. yes tomorrow, isn't it? So how many of you are ready for the session? How many of you are ready for the last minute session tomorrow? Last minute rapid fire round. Just please fill your comment section with a fire emoji. I'm waiting for that. जो बच्चे मुझे ज्वाइन करने वाले हैं सुबह 5 बजे, I will be there for you. I'll be discussing each and everything for all my lovely people out there. So who is going to join me live sharp at 5 a.m.? Please do not forget that, because last minute revision is very, very important. We are going to crack each and every question that is going to be asked in your exam. Be it communicative, yes, dear students, yes, Rana Nikto, be it communicative or language and literature, we would be covering all. On the whole, the entire section, the entire part of language and literature paper, plus not only this, we would also be covering the entire syllabus of communicative English as well. Okay, so I have got Tanmay, I have got Suneen, I have got Preeti. So many students are there. So ready? Okay. And as we keep discussing the same thing, all right, dear students, and we are going to do the same. With this, I am going to begin with my positive affirmations, as you must be clearly knowing, right? Yes, Rana, we would be discussing communicative as well, but have some patience. We would be covering everything step by step. कोई problem नहीं होने वाली है. Stay with me till the very end. I am there for you, right? मैं कहीं जाने वाली नहीं हूँ. जब तक आपकी preparation आज complete नहीं होगी, जब तक आपका revision आज complete नहीं होगा, I am not going to budge an inch from here. Right? I am not going to budge an inch. Keep this thing in mind. So don't get panic. जो भी doubts है आप post करते रहिए comment section में, मुझसे बात करते रहिए, right? And I will be clarifying all those. Okay? So let's get started with our positive affirmations. Take deep breaths, right? And recall these 5 positive affirmations after me. Recall these 5 positive affirmations after me, right? Because I know you must be sitting now, you must be having those mixed emotions in your mind. Some students like a mix of nervousness, a blend of nervousness and excitement at the same time, right? Yes, communicative English bhi hogi, so please don't go anywhere. Stay with me till the very end. Stay tuned, right? So we would be covering each and everything. Don't worry about that, right? So 5 positive affirmations. Let's get back to it. I am calm and focused. I am confident. I believe in my abilities. I can handle situation really well, and I'm going to rock it. I'm going to ace it. I'm going to rock the world tomorrow, right? So let's get started with it. Now, English language and literature, right? Language literature student, yes, definitely. Kal subah 5 baje class hogi, not 4 baje. We are going to be live at sharp at 5 a.m. not 4 a.m. dear students. Although I'll try my level best कि हम 4 बजे ही शुरू कर ले, but still, right? I am telling you this thing. Please be very much clear, right? We are going to be live tomorrow only for you people, or for all the early birds out there, right? So thank you so much, Shubham Dubey. Thank you so much. So let's get started now. Ab start kar lete hain. Okay, so we are going to begin with language and literature, and there is so much about it, right? So we are not going to just, mix each and everything now. We are not going to mix anything now, right? So let's get started with the very first chapter, that is A Letter to God, right? What's that? We are going to discuss each and every aspect, but in a nutshell, so that now is not the time to discuss the long and lengthy summary, isn't it? So let's discuss now. So A Letter to God, let's have quick revision pointers, right? So let's see theme of faith, irony, lenchos from belief. What are the most important aspects? What are the most important pointers of the lesson that can be asked based on the same? Talking about lencho, let's have a look at this. Theme of faith, irony, lenchos from belief in God, expecting help even after a natural disaster, which shows lenchos unshakable faith in God. What does it show? It shows, I have been telling you one thing time and again, that please, whenever there is any question related to this particular chapter, do not forget to mention lenchos unshakable faith in God. All right. Despite the fact that he had to undergo so many sufferings in life, he had to struggle a lot. He did not have any means of subsistence when his crops were failed due to heavy hailstorm. Still, he had immense faith in God, and that let the post office people get changed and even helped him, so that his faith in God remains intact. All right. So let's see. Human character. The postmaster and employees' unspoken kindness in helping Lyncho. There can be a question based on this, on kind and compassionate nature of postmaster and his employees, that sometimes kindness and compassion gets unnoticed. But what should we do? Should we stop doing deeds? Should we stop doing good deeds? So like that. So you need to remember that. Now, life of farmers, the harsh conditions of farmers faced by the rural community in Mexico. So although it is not that much relevant, still but you can remember a slightly 1 or 2 points about it. What is the most important thing? The character sketch of Lemcho, and what were the conditions that he had unshakable faith in God, right? Then we have main points to remember: faith versus reality. What was his faith? That God is going to send him 100 pesos, but what was the reality actually? How can God send somebody help in form of rupees, in form of amount? So it were the post office people, it were the post office employees who actually wanted to just keep his faith intact in God, right? And that's why they have just, you have to tell that they have contributed a part of their income and they gave to Lencho, right? So irony and human behavior, there is irony in the behavior, there is irony in, if we talk about the character of Lencho, despite the fact that he had unshakable faith in God, but still on the other side he could not recognize the goodness of those post office people, right? Then trust and integrity. The story demonstrates how even in tough times trust and integrity are essential. He trusted God, he had immense faith in God, so his integrity, his trust led to the post office people help him, right? So I hope this is quite clear to all of you, right? We would also be covering communicative English, so please be patient, right? Don't worry about it. We would be covering grammar section for both the papers. We would be covering writing section for both the papers, so please don't worry about anything. So we have exam target questions, most important, most probable types of questions, most important questions from this particular chapter. And yes, CBSE does not repeat questions, it repeats themes. Please keep this thing in mind. Don't expect the same question to be pasted there, right? कि मैम ने ये कराया था और irony नहीं आया. Don't expect that. But just please make sure that CBSE repeat themes. CBSE repeats themes. It does not repeat questions, right? So please make sure. Now, how does the author use irony in Lencho's belief? Irony, very important. Let's see now. The irony lies in Lencho believing God help him while money actually came from post office people, because it was not possible. It was not possible. How can this happen? Like if he has written a letter to God asking for 100 pesos, how God can send him, right? Isn't it? That's why. Then we have, how did the actions of the post office employees reflect human kindness? Just because they wanted to keep Lencho's faith intact in God, they did not want to get his faith unshakable. That's why what they did, they contributed a part of their income as a charity, and they could collect 70 pesos and they just put it inside the envelope and they gave it to Lenny from the post office people, because he had asked for 100 pesos, but in return he got only 70, right? Then, how does the story highlight the theme of human faith in difficult times? We have just discussed in the last pointer that you can go through. So, it's now is the time to just go through all the keywords, to go through all the important short pointers of the lesson. Got it, dear students? Now, let's see the next chapter, Nelson Mandela. Quick revision points. Mandela's struggle. You have to remember Mandela's struggle, what struggle he had to undergo. It's just in order to achieve political emancipation, in order to achieve freedom in all walks of life, right? So please remember that. All right. Next we have end of apartheid. Please remember the term apartheid. You must know the meaning of apartheid, dear students. I am telling you this thing, apartheid is a system based on racial segregation, right, that involved discrimination, where blacks and apartheid existed. This evil practice was prevalent in in South Africa, just because when blacks were subjugating, when they were suppressing, when they were dominating blacks, whites were dominating blacks on certain grounds, right? So please remember, this should be remembered, this term should be remembered clearly. Unity and forgiveness, how Mandela promoted reconciliation in the country post apartheid, just because he believed in equality, he believed in freedom for all, he believed in all basic rights, he believed that freedom is indivisible, right? So please remember. Then we have main points to remember. Leadership in crisis, Mandela's role in leading his people while advocating for non-violence. He was not resorting to any practice that had non-violence, isn't it? Hello Varun, I have seen your message. Now please focus on your syllabus. We are just having the last minute revision, dear students. So please be very much focused. Communicative, not your type. So not your type, we'll also be having communicative English, don't worry. But as of now, we are discussing language and literature. Got it? Now, leadership in crisis, personal versus societal freedom, we have reconciliation, right? And just please remember those twin obligations about Nelson Mandela. Remember twin obligations? Twin obligations about Nelson Mandela, that he believed that a nation, every person has two obligations, one towards the family and another one towards the society or the country or the nation, right? So that you need to remember. Next, let us see the question based on the same. How did Mandela ideas about freedom evolve throughout his life, or what freedom meant to Nelson Mandela when he was a child, right? So what freedom meant for him? Just going to parks, just cycling, riding and going to parks and playing with friends. So this was actually the meaning of freedom for Nelson Mandela. But with the passage of time, as he grew up, right, he understood the real meaning of freedom. That is, one is free and another one is not free. If one community is free and another community is not free, so it does not truly mean that freedom is there. A nation is considered to be free only if all its people, if all the citizens are free from all types of prejudices, right, dear students? So we would be discussing letter format as well, so don't worry about it. Next question, what role did sacrifice play? Sacrifice, including years of imprisonment and personal loss, was essential in achieving democracy in South Africa. How does Mandela's leadership provide lessons for the current generations? Courage, lessons of sacrifice, courage and forgiveness, right? Then we have, what is the significance of reconciliation in the story of South Africa's independence? Reconciliation was significant because it helped heal racial divisions and build a peaceful democratic South Africa. When he became the first black president of democratic South Africa, so after that he believed in reconciliation, after that he believed in unity for all, right? So I hope this is pretty clear to all. Now we have the next two stories about flying. Let's have the quick revision points. We have overcoming fear. How did the young seagull overcome fear? Right, so we need to understand that parental encouragement is very important, and self-discovery. He could just in the chapter, the first slide, the seagull could understand his worth, that now is the time that just he was mad with hunger. He just withdrew that piece of fish from his mother's beak, and this is how he could gather up courage again, and then he could fly, right? The next main points to remember: courage in the face of fear, parent-child bond. It talks about good parent-child bonding, right? It was his mother who played a very important role. So mother's role is very, very important here. Mother's role is very, very important, dear students. So please keep this thing in your mind very well, right? Parent-child bond and independence. Next, we have questions. How does the story convey the theme of courage and independence? Initially, he could not muster up the courage to fly because there was a vast stretch of sea below him. But later, towards the end, just because he need a push-up factor, just like you require a push factor for your tomorrow's exam, likewise, we could see that his mother played a very important role in that, right? Then next question, what role does the mother play? Already discussed. She tried to tempt him by showing that piece of fish that laid at her feet, right? Then we have the next, what lesson does the seagull's experience teach us? The seagull's experience teaches us that confidence and effort help us overcome fear and achieve a success. All right, dear students, so please remember each and everything. All right, now, first flight, two stories about flying. The Black Aeroplane, written by Frederick Fawcett. Please remember the name of the flight, TS-088, Old Dakota, right? Mystery and suspense. There is mystery and suspense because the mysterious aeroplane is there, the black aeroplane is there. There can be a question based on the mysterious aeroplane and on the title, that color black, right? There can be a question on title justification, right? So please remember this thing. Then unseen forces, the idea of divine intervention. What do you think the main theme of the lesson? Let me make it very clear to all of you that courage is guided by faith. All right, just because he was bold enough, he took the decision to just, fly through that stormy weather, through that stormy cloudy weather. So that's why his courage was guided by his faith, and his faith took a very prominent shape in the form of an aeroplane and the pilot who kept on guiding him till he reached runway, till he landed safely on the runway, right? Next, we have main pointers: unexpected help, courage under pressure, trust in the unknown. So do you think that he trusted somebody who was not known to him? He trusted the pilot who was waving his hand towards him, isn't it? So all these pointers. Next, see the questions. How does the ending of the black aeroplane create a sense of mystery? Just because for this for this pilot, this remained mystery till the very end, like about the whereabouts of the aeroplane and whereabouts of that mysterious black aeroplane, and about the pilot who had actually helped him land in his safe landing, isn't it? So this remained mystery for him. So this is full of mystery and suspense. So there can be a question based on mystery here, right? Next, what role does trust play in the narrator's survival? The trust plays a very crucial role here, very important role here, as the narrator survives by blindly trusting the unknown pilot. So these are the short answers. Why we are discussing these short answers? So that you may understand the keywords, right, in the form of these. Next, what does the story teach us about decision making life? So these are, most of the questions are value based. So you need to understand these questions this way, right? Because we have understood summaries, we have discussed summary, we have discussed theme, we have discussed message also of each lesson, right? Now, let's see the next chapter from the diary of Anne Frank. I hope you could revise these many pointers till this. And till this, let me tell you a very important thing, that the character sketch of Nelson Mandela and Lencho are very, very important, right? So now let us see isolation and coping from the diary of Anne Frank. We could clearly see in her character in the very beginning when she explains her craving for writing a diary, and why she felt that there is a need to write a diary, just because she had no such friend, she had no such good companion, no true companion in her life, no loyal companion in her life. So she was longing for a true friend with whom she can share her secrets with, right? So she adopted a novel method of writing a diary that you need to remember. All right, dear students, so I hope it's all clear. I hope it is clear to everybody. So is it clear to everybody out there? I hope. Okay, fine. So let us see more now. I hope it's pretty clear to everybody out there. So what do we come to know? Power of writing, power of expression, power of imagination, power of expressing thoughts, right? So then we have reality of war. We came to know about occupation, right? Then we have maturity, how she matured with the passage of time, how despite the fact that she was humorous, she was intelligent, but she became mature as well. Right, dear students? Now, let us see the next thing. Exam target questions. How does Anne Frank's diary serve as a mirror of her thoughts and emotion? So, dear students, you must have noticed one thing, that we are discussing value-based questions, competency-based questions from each of these lessons. And I really hope that you will get benefit out of it, right? So, next we see Anne Frank's diary serves as a mirror by honestly reflecting her fears, hope, and loneliness. So, if we talk about Anne Frank totally, first of all, what do you need to remember? What kind of a girl she was, right? Right? Remember her personality, her school life, right? Why she felt the compulsion, why she felt the need to write a diary entry, right? Then we have the next, how she mentions about her family, her teachers, right? And specifically, Mrs. Cuperus and Mr. Keesing. Remember those three punishments which are actually very, very important. Three homeworks as a sort of punishment. I hope all clear, right? Chalo, next. Glimpses of India, very, very important. I'm going to tell you the entire chapter in a nutshell. So if you remember these many things, you will not forget anything, dear students. Let us see that. Then we would be coming back to Goa's culture and tradition, nostalgia, economic importance, cultural legacy, community, and nostalgia. Talking about a baker from Goa, just remember these many things, right? Remember these many pointers that I'm making you write down, and nothing more is going to be asked in your board exam, right? First of all, you have to mention that bakery was a very profitable business, right? All right, dear students, mention about it was a how it was a part and parcel of everybody's life, right? Then mention about 2 rounds of baker. Don't forget this. These are all important keywords for you people. Once in the morning, then in the evening. Children used to treat him as his companion. Children used to treat him. He was a companion. This question has been asked in CBSE board earlier as well. He was a companion, a guide, a friend for children, right? I hope this is pretty clear to everybody, right? Then please do not forget that marriages were totally incomplete without a sweetbread called ball. In marriages, there used to be ball. A sweetbread called ball used to be there, right? And if we talk about daughter's engagement, Ladies of the house were expected to prepare sandwiches. Then we have for Christmas and other events, there used to be Bolinas cakes. Right? Remember this thing. And that you have to talk about, you have to remember the outfit. Right? They used to wear a frock. Right? And that anyone who looked roundish. Also remember about the monthly maintenance of account. Right? And roundish or plumpish appearance. All right, dear students, I hope this is pretty clear to everybody out there. So please remember all these keywords and you will never forget anything. Be it any question that is being asked in your exam, सिर्फ आपको यही चिपका के वहाँ पे आना है. You just have to frame a few words and just please write this way. Right? Now, let's see the questions. How does the description of the baker's bell signify cultural importance? Because bakery was essential part. Bakery was a very profitable business, and bakers played a very essential part for every day for the local people there. Right? So you need to remember all these things. Why is the baker regarded with respect in Goa society? Because no function, no ceremony, no occasion was complete without bakers and those sweetbreads, those bread bangles. Right? So please remember this thing. Then we have, how does the author evoke a sense of nostalgia? Definitely the author has evoked evoked a sense of nostalgia just because he, remember, he recalls those good old Portuguese days when bakery used to be so profitable and bakers used to be there. Their bakery business used to be there. Bakers used to be there with their furnaces, molders, and mixers as well. Right? In what way does the bread making tradition contribute? By supporting social customs and traditions. Just remember this thing. Right? Next, we have glimpses of India, Coorg. I will tell you two important aspects about Coorg, right? As a heavenly body, there can be a question based on the fact that why Coorg is considered to be Scotland of India. You have to mention what it is famous for, right? Mention what it is famous for. Or Kodagu is famous for these many things. For spices, for coffee plantation, for martial men, beautiful women. You need to remember these many things. All right. And then what else you need to remember? You need to remember about origin. Right? You need to remember the origin. There are certain theories about the descendants, like with reference to Greek, Alexander the Greek, and Arab's origin. In terms of the outfit, right? Then you need to remember the Kurgi regiment, most decorated one. Then we have General Cariappa, who was a Kurgi. Right? And that Kurgis are known, or you can say, or Kodavus, for the tales of bravery. Right? And do not forget to mention about Bailakupi, Tibetan settlement. Now, what question can be asked from this particular chapter? You can be asked to describe the scenic beauty about the people, about the tales of bravery there, isn't it? So, this is what you need to remember, right? Now, let's see the questions based on the same. How is Coorg described as a natural heaven, or you can say Scotland? That you need to mention over here. What is special about the traditions of Coorgi people? They have a very rich culture, they have a very rich tradition, right? That you need to remember. Why do you think the people of Coorg take such pride in their heritage? Remembering their history and recalling the tales of the valor and bravery of their descendants, of their ancestors, of their sons, right? About the, if the son is there, about their fathers, it all creates a very rich tradition about them, right? Now, yes, definitely you can start with any of the section that you feel you are more efficient in. No problem is there, but please don't start with the next section unless you have just, finished the previous one, right? Now, next. Tea from Assam is based on two characters. We have Rajveer, we have Pranjol. Is that clear to everybody? So, I hope it is clear. What you have to remember, you have to just remember about these two characters. Economic impact, cultural significance, cultural importance, and local diversity. This is all that you need to remember about a tea from Assam, right? Chalo. Questions. How does the author depict Assam's contribution? The tea from Assam by Arup Kumar Datta is depicted as a major tea producing region with vast plantations and rich history in the global tea industry. That even when Rajveer told Pranjol that even do you know that 80 crores cups of tea are drunk every year every day throughout the world, right? So then we have, why are Assam's tea garden integral to both local economy and national market? That you know really well. Assam has the largest concentration of tea, right? Tea leaves. What role does tea play in the everyday lives of people? It was considered as a medicine earlier, and the concept came from Britishers, right? Okay, that's good. Next. Mijbil the Otter, a very humorous tale. It talks about the relationship between an otter and his master, right? And his master, initially we come to know that he was aloof, he used to remain insensitive and indifferent, right? So, but later on with the passage of time, he became familiar with his master and he became comfortable than before, right? So, let's get through it. Animal relationship, Mijbil's intelligence, that how we are shown that Mijbil, the otter, was an intelligent creature. He was a water mammal, so he used to love playing with water and he used to love splashing in water, right? Then, bond of friendship, animal intelligence, joy in simplicity, right? So, you have to remember all these pointers. These are just the keywords. We have already discussed each and everything, right, dear students? Let's get through the questions. How does the author describe Mijbil's extraordinary intelligence? By talking about his wit, by talking about his quick playing with terrapin shells and all, right? What is the significance of Mijbil's ability to adapt to the new environment? With the passage of time, he was learning resilience and he was getting adaptable to the surroundings, right? So then next, how does Mijbil's playful behavior contribute to the joy and learning is Maxwell's wife? Earlier, he got sad, he got shattered, he was rejected just because he has lost his pet dog, Johnny. So this time, he had decided to experiment with his pet, right? And he decided to keep an unusual animal, right, dear students? Next, Madam rides the bus. It talks about emotional maturity. The lesson talks about emotional maturity, mental maturity. Right? It talks about emotional maturity, mental maturity here. All right. So, I hope this is all clear. Dear students, I hope you must be very, very, very well excited for the chapters to come. Okay. So, since so many students are asking something in the chat section, let me see. You don't have your email in your syllabus. You just have your formal letters and you just have your analytical paragraph, right? Okay. So, I'm going to give you a 2 minutes break on this, right? Recall your chapter because you need to be very, very calm today. You need to be very calm and composed today. Please keep this thing in mind, right? So, 2 minutes break is there. So dear students, I hope 2 minutes were enough for you to freshen up, right? So let's get started with this. So we were discussing Madam Rides the Bus, in which we discussed about Wali, whose name was Valikanan, right? So now let's discuss childhood curiosity. She was so curious, she was so inquisitive by nature. She wanted to ride a bus someday, for which she has collected enough information. She started gathering enough information about the distance, time and fare, right? So you cat cartoon world, dear student, please pay attention here. All right, now curiosity and independence, symbolism of the bus journey. Her bus journey is symbolic of great independence, isn't it? Independence is as in independence from all the shackles. It's like freedom. She wanted freedom. She wanted to have mental freedom. She was craving for emotional freedom, right? And you know that she did not like the idea of being called as a child. She liked everybody. She expected everybody, when she was boarding the bus, to call her madam and treat her like one, right? And just please do not forget to mention the lady who was there, the lady with large earlobes. Please do not forget to mention about her, right? And then you can be asked a comparison text across text based question based on the same. It's like Wali and Amanda, there can be a question, right? Now, how does the young girl's journey symbolize the transition from childhood and adulthood? In Madam Rides the Bus, the girl's journey symbolizes her shift from innocence. She was a very innocent child. She was a very innocent girl. But despite being 8-year-old, when she traveled, and when she had the dead cow episode is the most important in the chapter. Dead cow episode, please do not forget this one. Dead cow episode is one of the most important thing in the chapter. This was a turning point in the story. So please remember this thing. Then we have, how does the bus conductor's treatment of the girl reflect cultural sensitivity? He treated her kindly, and just because the bus conductor was a very jolly person, he treated her very kindly, very compassionately, right? So what does this story teach us about childhood curiosity and independence? This talks us about that it helps in personal growth and emotional development. Emotional development, like we have seen in case of Wali also, right? Next, let's see the next chapter first. The sermon at Benares is very, very important. It's about reawakening. It's about reawakening. Please remember these words. Right, that story teaches us a very, very important lesson. Let's see what's that. Remember words like reawakening, right? It talks about life of Gautam Buddha, right? It talks about two phases of his life, his earlier phase, right? First phase, second phase, and this is actually the sermon at Benares, right? This actually talks about the first sermon that was given to Kisa Gautami. Please do not forget about Kisa Gautami as well, right? And if we discuss the most important theme and message from the story, what's that? It talks about two important themes, two important messages. Please, inevitability of death. Please do not forget these two key terms. Inevitability of death and mystery of life. That nothing is permanent in this world. We all are subject to decay. We all are subject to perish. Anything that is there in the world on this planet is subject to die, right? So please understand. Yes, very good legend, inevitability of death and enlightenment. You have understood the chapter really well. That's wonderful to see that, right? So please remember these two things. So keeping these two things in mind, remember about Kisa Gautami, what important lesson she has learned through preachings of Gautam Buddha. She understood, just because when she was asked by, just please remember that mustard seed episode, right? Mustard seeds episode, in which Kisa Gautami was asked to bring mustard seeds from a handful of mustard seeds from a house in which no near or dear one has ever passed away. But this was not possible because there was not even a single house in the whole neighborhood. So as a result of which, Kisa Gautami actually learned a lesson that this is how life goes on. and we can't be stuck to the sufferings, because it will only make us suffer losses. It will only make us suffer more and more. So we have to move on in life. We have to stand strong and ultimately move on, right? Just because she was just so desperate to revive her deadly child, her dead child, right? So that's why, but she learnt a very important lesson through the preachings of Gautam Buddha. All right, dear students. Next, we have the questions. How does Kisa Gautami's story illustrates the universality of grief? Grief is a part and parcel of life, just like happiness is a part of life, just like like that sorrows are also a part of life. Then we have, what role does comparison play in Buddha's teaching? Compassion. Compassion plays a central role in Buddha's teachings as it gently guides people towards enlightenment, towards reawakening, right? Then we have, what is the main lesson of Buddha's sermon at Banaras? That life is full of sufferings and one cannot avoid sufferings in life, right? Next, we have the next chapter, the proposal, Anton Chekhov. So despite the name of the title, the name of the lesson is the proposal, but it does not talk about any serious or romantic relationship between two persons. Rather, it is more of a business deal. It is more of a business deal. The whole lesson is based on materialism. It is based on materialism. So we have three shrewd, three quarrelsome, three adamant, three arrogant characters in the story. We have Miss Natalia, we have Lomov, and we have Natalia's father, right? So Mr. Chubukov, let's see, marriage as a social convention. The play satirizes, it is a satire on modern marriage as an economic and social necessity. It's like if we talk about upper class people who believes more in materialism, right? So what they considered marriage to be a more of a business deal to satisfy their economic, their financial needs, right? So yes, ma'am, ek bar bol to do. Hi everyone, hi. Okay, now, so let's see for the comic elements. The humor arises from the trivial disputes of Oxen Meadows. Please remember two important things, very, very important. Disputes over Oxen Meadows, right? And dog as well. Remember the character, how foolish these characters were, right? So please keep remembering all these things. It is very, very important. There can be a question based on the title, right? It is a satire. It poses a satire on materialism and marriage, right? I'll be telling you each and everything, dear students, but let me finish with the literature section first, right? Next, we have the proposal. Questions. How does the proposal satirize the institution of marriage? Because in this particular chapter, marriage is considered to be a business deal, right? And you have to tell about the problems that were suffered by Lencho. Let's see, he was suffering for, not Lencho, Lomov, suffer from palpitations and anxiety as well. Hypochondria is the condition that has been mentioned in the lesson. All right, next. What is the role of humor? It is the absurd quarrels over trivial issues. Now, what were those trivial issues? Which were those trivial issues? Dog dispute. Whose dog is more superior? And Oxen Meadows. About Oxen Meadows, right? Then we have, how does the play reflect Chekhov's views on human nature? That how we become so argumentative over trivial matters, over so petty matters, over petty issues. Next, Dust of Snow poem. Dust of Snow, in which there are three symbols. Remember about symbolism. In the poem, we have crow, we have hemlock tree, right? Let's come to the poem now. Poetry section. Crow, hemlock tree, and what is the message? Nature has the power to heal and uplift spirits. Dear student, poetry section is very, very important. Please go through it really well. Let us understand crow, which is considered as inauspicious, right? We have hemlock tree, which is considered to be poisonous, right? The tree is considered to be poisonous. Then we have dust of snow, which is considered to be neutral. So likewise, you need to understand symbolism. You need to understand symbolism in the poem, right? Main points to remember: small joys can change a bad day, just like it happened with poet as well. He was already having a bad day in his life, and he was just walking, and when he happened to pass through the way, and he saw that hemlock tree, and he was passing under that tree, he was walking under that tree, and suddenly there was just a slight incident. A crow came, it perched on the tree, and he shook the leaves of the tree, as a result of which some snowflakes fell onto the poet's head, and as a result there was an instant change in his mood. He was happy then, right? By the time those snowflakes fell onto his head, he was happy, right? He became ecstatic. So you need to remember these many pointers. Next we have the questions. How does the poet moods change in dust of snow? Earlier he was sad, he was dejected, he was in a silent state, but later when those snowflakes fell onto his head, he became happy, right? Then what is the significance of crow and hemlock tree? These are seen as negative symbols, but it has been proved true that nature has the power to uplift our minds, to uplift our spirits, that each and every aspect of nature, each and every element present in the nature has the power to, is potent enough to soothe us, right? Yes, crowd and hemlock tree both are negative in the poem. That's wonderful. Everybody knows that by this time. Next we have fire and ice. Wow, fire and ice. Isi baat pe bas just fill your comment section with fire. I should know that you know the poem. Those who already know the poem, fire and ice, please let me know through the comment section. Let me know, have you already prepared this particular poem? No, please do not write the content in points. You have to make paragraphs in letter 2 for placing order as well, right? So Ladimir has done, Tarun has done, Harsh has done, Lavu, Tarun, Harshit, Naresh. That's wonderful. So see, what do you need to remember in this particular poem? Fire, right? There is symbolism. There is metaphor, right? There is symbolism, there is metaphor. So it stands for passion, it stands for greed, for lust, for anger, for jealousy, right? Whereas ice, right? Same thing. Ice stands for hatred, for cold attitude, for indifference. Now there are two levels in this poem. One is literal meaning, right? Literal meaning. And another one is metaphorical meaning. That is very, very important, right? Then we have two views of different groups, two different groups, right? One believes that if the world has to come to an end, it will be because of fire, while other group of people believes that if it has to come to an end twice, then it will be because of ice. But the process of ice would be gradual. The process of destruction through ice is gradual because it's a silent killer. Ice is considered to be a silent killer. Right, dear students, I hope this is clear to everybody. Is this clear to everybody out there? Now, let us see further. So, you need to remember all these pointers, dear students, fire and ice, right? Now, how does the poet use fire and ice as metaphors? Because what does it symbolize and what does it symbolize? You have to just mention this thing. Then we have which emotion, desire or hatred does the poet think is more destructive? Tell me, I have already told you this thing in the pointers as well. Which thing is more destructive, fire or ice? So it is already mentioned in the line of the poem that I favor those who favor fire. He feels that the world has to come to an end, and that would be because of fire, right? And on two levels, on literal level, you see global warming is increasing at an alarming rate. Fire की बात करें, ice की बात करें तो it is glaciers are melting, राइट. सो बट मेटाफोरिकली अगर हम बात करते हैं तो हम बात करते हैं आर ह्यूमन इमोशंस, बोथ काइंड ऑफ ह्यूमन इमोशंस आर पोटेंट इनफ, आर पावरफुल इनफ टू मेक दिस वर्ल्ड मीट इट्स कैटास्ट्रोफिक, इट्स डिस्ट्रक्टिव एंड. कि अगर हमारे इमोशंस ऐसे ही चलते रहे तो जल्दी ही क्या होगा, विनाश हो जाएगा इस पूरी दुनिया का. राइट. सो आई होप दिस इज प्रेटी क्लियर. Now, what do you think the poet wants to warn us about? He wants to warn us about these two emotions, that we should have a control on our emotions. We should not be aggressive, we should not be angry, we should not be jealous towards our fellow beings, and also we should not bear any insensitive feeling, we should not bear any cold attitude towards our fellow beings. I hope this is pretty clear, right? Now, next, see the next, A Tiger in the Zoo. It talks about the theme, a major theme of nature versus confinement. Please remember this particular thing. It talks about nature, right? It talks about freedom versus confinement. Very important, right? Very, very important. इससे related कुछ भी आया, please do not forget to mention this freedom versus confinement. This is one of the most important themes of the poem, right? So this is the theme I have told you. Contrast of the setting, a tiger has been put behind bars in a zoo. So we are creating a sharp contrast in the life of a tiger when he is being placed in a zoo, when he is being placed in a cage. Or on the other hand, we are discussing about the same tiger. How does he behave when he is in his natural surroundings or natural habitat, that is jungle, right? So freedom in the wild, where he feels free, he is powerful and is potent enough to prey, to just attack on it, to pounce on its prey, right? Then main points, wild animals should be in their natural habitat. It's like we are in our surroundings. You cannot go to jungles and live there for longer period of time. Likewise, these animals should be made free to live in their natural habitats, right? So this is what this poem is all about. So let's please remember this thing. I will also make you write down here the major theme of A Tiger in the Zoo. It's freedom versus confinement. Right? Freedom versus confinement. Just because there are two contrasts, sharp contrast with freedom is life of a tiger in natural surrounding, in his natural habitat, whereas life in a cage. Right? So please remember these things. So you can be asked a question based on the theme. Thematic questions are very, very important from this particular poem. You can expect a thematic question, right? And yes, don't forget about literary devices while we are discussing poems. There can be a question based on the lines of the poem when we say ki patrolling cars, brilliant eyes, brilliant stars. These lines are very, very important. Right? These lines are very, very important in this regard. There is, which literary device has been used here, dear students? Which literary device is there? Let me know fast in the comment section which literary device is there. I hope everybody must know this. Which literary device has been used here? There is alliteration, right? There is alliteration. Got it? Now, let us see the next. So, we have already discussed the questions of fire and ice. Let's discuss how to tell wild animals. A very humorous poem which talks about behavior patterns of different kinds of wild animals. And in this poem, we have discussed 7 wild animals based on their physical appearance, and their behavioral pattern. Right? What we have discussed, let us see that. We got to know about the Asian lion. We got to know about the Bengal tiger. We also got to know about leopard. We got to know about bear, right? We got to know about crocodile and hyena, right? We also got to know about chameleon, right? 7 different varieties of wild animals. You have to remember their features. If you come across a large and tawny beast, right? If you come across a large and tawny beast, remember it is what? It is an Asian lion. If you come across an animal who just roars at you and who attacks on you suddenly, and nobody is going to put his or her life at stake in order to just know like whether the animal is a Bengal tiger. So we have this leopard, peppered spots on the skin, right? Peppered spots on the skin. We have bear, which is known for its embracing, which is its deadly hug, which is potent enough to strangle a person to death. Then we have crocodile and hyena. While attacking its prey, if a crocodile shows false tears, if a wild beast shows false tears, remember it's crocodile. But if it smiles, then it's a hyena. Talking about chameleon, you have to remember the ability of camouflaging, right? Ability of changing colors. Ability of changing colors, right? So please remember this. Then we have the questions based on the same. How does the poet make learning about wild animals? Through their physical features, through their appearances, through their behavioral patterns. How does the poet uses irony? So just because he has described the entire list of wild animals in a very humorous manner, right? In a very light-hearted tone. So lurking in shadow means he is hiding in shadow. He has made himself hidden behind bushes so that he could pounce on its prey. Cartoon world. So this is the meaning of lurking behind. Just Now we have which poetic device? We have rhyme, rhythm, repetition, exaggeration, which we call hyperbole. That is hyperbole, and vivid imagery that has been used in a poem. Whichever the poem is, if it is based on nature, please remember imagery is the literary device that would definitely be there, right? Now, next, the Bhol poem. And in regard to this particular poem, symbolism is one of the most important thing that you need to remember, right? Symbolism. Symbolism has to be there. Symbolism of what? That it is not the ball that is important for the child, but it was the memories that were attached to the ball that were very important actually for him. Experiencing loss is an important part of growing up. That is very, very important. Material things can be replaced, but some losses are permanent. He can buy a ball black again. The lines are already mentioned there in the textbook. Ball दोबारा से खरीदी जा सकती है, लेकिन वो memories का क्या, which were attached to that particular ball only. Next, we have the poem teaches resilience and emotional growth. So he learns a very important lesson. The boy in the poem learns a very important lesson about the loss of the most loved possession, that is his ball, because so many memories of his childhood were attached to the ball. So this poem is based on nostalgia, that you have to remember, right? So please remember these pointers. Next. Questions. How does the boy loss of the ball symbolizes a deeper lesson? Please go through these many questions and answers. Very, very important. I have already told you symbolism is very, very important in this particular regard, right? Then we have, why does the poet say balls will be lost always? So that balls will keep on getting lost and we will keep buying new balls, but who is going to buy those memories which are irreplaceable, which are attached to a particular object, right? Like just like the ball in this particular chapter. How does the poem prepare young minds for the future challenges? So the poem prepares young minds to prepare and to understand that loss is also a part of life and one must have the power, one must have the capability to bear those losses, right? Then next, how does the poem teach emotional resilience? It talks about emotional resilience. It talks about the emotional maturity that the boy had attained, not the poet, that the boy had attained after the loss of the ball. And what is the most important term in the whole poem that is very, very important, on which the question can be asked? Please do not forget the term like epistemology of loss. Epistemology of loss. Which is very, very important. So please do not forget it at any cost, right? So now let us understand more. Amanda. How many of you are ready to delve deep into the poem Amanda? Please remember, it's a poem which talks about a girl named Amanda, and there are two worlds. One is real world, difference between two worlds. One is the real world and another one is the imaginary world, right? So when she is being poked, when she is being scolded, the girl who is being scolded and nagged by her mother constantly for behaving in a certain manner, so right, she has been scolded by her mother throughout the day in order to whether she has completed her homework, or she has tidied her room, or she has cut her nails, right, or to behave in a certain manner, not to slouch and just to sit straight, not to behave in a lethargic manner and things like that. So there are two worlds, one is the real world and another one is the world of fantasies in which she want to escape into. So she does not say anything to her mother, she does not cross question her mother, rather by the time her mother keeps fronting her, keeps scolding her, she will just want to escape and she just gets lost in her own imaginary world where she imagines herself to be to be to be a mermaid first of all, then an orphan, and then a Rapunzel. All right, in her imaginary world, she want to become these. Right, this lesson is all about independence. What is the theme about? This theme is also about independence. She wants to escape into a world of her own whims and fancies. So there is a deep contrast between the real world that she was living in versus the world that she was desiring of, that is imagination. So these are the two important aspects of the poem. All right, dear students, I hope this is all pretty clear to all out there. Next we have questions. How does Amanda's imagination contrast with her reality? There are two worlds. She is constantly being nagged by her mother, right? Why she was being constantly nagged? So if we see the initial lines, there is a stanza in the poem in which her mother is addressing to Amanda, but on the other hand, and in the very next few lines, we see that Amanda is trying to escape into her imaginary world where she imagines herself first of all to be a mermaid where she could drift blissfully. Then she imagines herself to be an orphan where she could walk barefoot on the streets, and then she imagines at last to be a Rapunzel. But at the same time, she also says that unlike Rapunzel, she is not going to leave her large golden hair through the window so that some prince could come, and just because she wanted to enjoy the life in solitude, in isolation there, right? So I hope this is all clear now. Dear students, I hope this is pretty clear to everybody. Why does Amanda retreat into her fantasies? Just because she want to escape those scoldings, those naggings of her mother, right? Then we have, what does the poem say about independence and self-expression? It suggested, the poem clearly suggests that children also need some space. Parents should control their children, but in a manner that does not rob them of their individuality, right? So please remember all these things. Now, so then we are going to discuss the poem The Trees, which is very important. It is a poem which is based on nature, right? This poem is based on nature. A very important poem from where extract based questions can be asked, from where symbolism based question can be asked, because here we have so many literary devices. Trees are symbolic of those women specifically who were earlier subjugated, who used to be subjugated and suppressed in the patriarchal society, but now these women have emerged victorious. They have broken those shackles of indiscrimination, right? And likewise, that what do we see here? Symbolism of trees, they represent freedom, nature and female empowerment. Theme of liberation, contrast between indoors and outdoors. So in this, the key poet keep telling us about the nature of trees, that how they are running, how each and every part of the tree is trying harder to break free from the confinement of the artificial setting of the houses, right? Then we come to know about these indoors and outdoors activities, that trees are trying harder to move into their natural habitat, which is the forest, right? Then we come to know the main pointers in the form of themes. Freedom is essential for growth and existence, where we come to know about roots, where we come to know about branches of the tree, which are all parts of the tree, right from the roots till the branches, are struggling hard in order to get free and go and reach their natural setting, that is forests, right? So I hope this is pretty clear to everybody out there. So dear students, before we proceed further towards the questions, I just want to know whether you are able to understand each and everything that we are discussing here. सबको सब कुछ समझ में आ रहा है? सब कुछ समझ में आ रहा है सबको? Amanda does not say that she was an orphan. She wanted to be one. She wanted to escape into an imaginary world where she was having a misconception that कि if ऐसे parents होने से तो अच्छा है कि मैं orphan ही हो जाऊँ. So she wanted to escape into her imaginary world where she imagines herself to be an orphan so that she could, walk down the streets barefooted. कि जहाँ पे वो अगर नंगे पैर भी streets पे घूमती है तो there would be nobody to intervene. There would be nobody to ask कि आप ऐसे क्यों कर रहे हो, right? So that's why. Definitely poll होंगे. Please don't worry about that. Now, I hope this is all clear. Is this clear to everybody out there? सबको समझ में आ रहा है? Right? My name is Manika. Thank you so much, Sahil. Now, please pay attention. What's your name, ma'am? What's your name, ma'am? What's your name? My name is Manika. Right? Manika. Okay, अब याद रहेगा, अब पढ़ लो. Now, fog. A very, very important poem. Let us see. Fog. It also has symbolism, metaphor, and personification. In this particular poem, fog has been personified because we have given human attributes to fog and we have used it as a symbol also, right? And it has used as a metaphor as well. Let us see how. Extended metaphor, the poet compares fog to a cat. When fog is being compared to a living thing, living creature, a cat, just because a cat, why fog has been compared to a cat is one of the most important question in the poem. Let us see this. Let us see how. Because just like in terms, there is an extended metaphor. We are not comparing fog directly with the cat. We are comparing indirectly. Indirectly how? We are involving, we are comparing the movement of the fog to the other movement of the cat. Just like a cat very stealthily, very silently, without disturbing anyone, comes and goes from its destination from one destination to another destination. Likewise, a fog comes, settles over the harbor and then moves and then vanishes, right? So we also talk about 3 different stages of fog here. Please remember 3 different stages of fog. 3 different stages of fog. Do you know those 3 different stages of fog? I'll tell you. I'll tell you. See, please pay attention. Why there is an extended metaphor? Very important question. Right? Fog has been compared to a cat in terms of its movement, right? So just because there are 3 stages of fog, yellow. Which are those movements? Let's see. When it comes, when it settles over the harbor or the entire city, and when it vanishes. Just like a cat who comes to a certain place, stay there for some time, or you can say it settles or when it stays, right? So just like that, we have used extended metaphor here where the movement of the fog has been compared to the movement of the cat, right? Very stealthily, I will write the words here as well so that you may understand and get a good vocabulary. Very silently and stealthily, right? Without disturbing anyone or anything. It comes and it settles, it stays for some time and then it goes, just like that, right? So I hope it's pretty clear about that. So let's understand. Talks about transience of fog like life's difficulties, comes and goes quietly, right? कि जैसे कहते हैं कि रात है तो रात के बाद दिन भी आएगा और दिन है तो फिर शाम भी आएगी और फिर शाम है तो फिर next day morning भी होगी, right? Now, so what is the question that somebody is asking? Why does the poet compare two branches? The poet does not compare two branches. In the poem, the trees, the branches are being compared to discharged, newly discharged patients. तो ट्रीज बिल्कुल ऐसे बिहेव करते हैं जैसे न्यूली डिस्चार्ज पेशेंट्स होते हैं जो सब कुछ छोड़ के सिर्फ अपने घर जाना चाहते हैं, हु आर इन अ हाफ डेज स्टेट, कि जो कि बहुत ही थके हुए, बहुत ही अंडर द इफेक्ट ऑफ मेडिसिन ऐसा फील करते हैं कि जैसे वो एनेस्थीसिया के इफेक्ट में है, एंड दे जस्ट वांट टू, दे आर सो ईगर टू मूव बैक टू देयर होम्स. लाइक दैट द ट्रीज आर आल्सो सो ईगर, दे आर डेस्परेट इनफ टू लीव द आर्टिफिशियल सेटिंग ऑफ द हाउस एंड दे आर सो डेस्परेट टू वॉक इनटू द forests, right? Now, key and main points to remember: fog is mysterious and silent, just like uncertain situations in life. So there is great symbolism here. Nature moves at its own pace and cannot be controlled. You cannot suppress nature. I am writing it here. You can't suppress nature, right? It will find, or it will pave its own way. Its own way. Okay, I hope it's pretty clear to all. I also love you all, Shrikesh Das. So, but please, that now you have to focus on your exam, dear. It's high time. You just have your exam the next morning, right? So, please be very well aware of this fact, right? Now, let's see the questions. In Fog by Carl Sandburg, the poet compares the fog to a cat. So, there is an extended metaphor because we have made an indirect comparison. Why does the fog symbolize? What does the fog symbolize? It symbolizes uncertainty and mysteries, mysterious aspects of life. How does the poet create a sense of mystery and movement in the poem? Right? The poet creates mystery and movement through lifelines, brief lines, simple language, and vivid imagery. So, all these things you need to remember. Right? Now, next, The Tale of Custard the Dragon is a very humorous poem, but leaves us with a very, very important message. What's that? What is that message? I am writing it here. Appearances are deceiving, and that we should not judge a book by its cover. कि कभी भी हमें एक बुक को उसके कवर से जज नहीं करना चाहिए. Just like it has happened in case of Custard the Dragon. When we had Belinda, who lived with her 4 pets, Blink, Mustard, and Custard. But while there was an adverse situation, while there was a pirate who was about to attack them, so all the creatures, all the other pets, they ran away, they moved away, right? But it was only the Custard who had saved all of them by attacking the pirate and by smashing him to dust, right? So he has proved to be the real hero of the story. So that's why it is being said that we should not judge a book by its cover, despite the fact that Belinda, including all her 3 pets, used to mock at him, used to make fun of Custard, right? And who kept crying for a nicer safe cage in the poem. But definitely you should remember theme and message of the poem. I hope it's pretty clear to all the students out there. Now, let's see further. We have Belinda. Learn about the characters, right? Theme of bravery versus false courage. So, whose false courage are we talking about? We are talking about those creatures, Ink, Blink, and Mustard. Then we have points to remember. Bravery is not about boasting. It's about proving at the times of adverse, difficult situations, right? Then we have the poem humorously critiques those who pretend to be fearless. Just like in case of Ink, Blink, and Mustard. All right. Then sometimes the least expected person turns out to be the real hero, just like we have seen in case of Custard. All right, dear students. So let's discuss the questions also. How does the poet use humor to challenge traditional ideas? Humor is used to mock traditional ideas of bravery which were shown by the characters who actually boast. कि कभी-कभी जो boastful होते हैं, जो करते रहते हैं कि मैं बहुत ज़्यादा powerful और मैं ये कर दूंगा, मैं वो कर दूंगा, कुछ भी नहीं कर पाते हैं, right? So that you need to understand. What lesson can we learn about the bravery from the lesson? That the one who actually, who has actually proved himself to be a hero in the story was actually Custard the Dragon, because he attacked the pirate and saved the lives of the 3 creatures, the 3 pets, and Belinda, right? So who literally turned pale with anxiety and fear, right? So if somebody is asked you to describe the character sketch of Belinda, you have to tell how she was a girl. She considered herself to be as brave as a barrel of beers. There is a simile that has been used in the poem. Tell the adjectives that describe her personality, that she was living with her. She used to live with her 4 pets. Mention those 4 pets. Then tell how she used to make fun of Custard the Dragon. Then, but with the passage of time, when she was being attacked, when they were about to be attacked by the pirate, but at the time of situation, again, the heroism of Custard will be there in the character. You have to add his characteristic, right? You have to add about the Custard also while it comes to the explaining the character sketch of Belinda, right? So you need to remember everything, right? Now, let us see further. For Anne Gregory, it's a wonderful poem. I'll tell you some important aspects of the poem and you are going to love it. Let's see that. So in this particular poem, first of all, let's understand that for Anne Gregory, this poem is based on a conversational, this poem is written in a conversational style, right? In a conversational style. As a sort of conversation. So could you please use simple language and sometimes Hindi too, because it could be laborious to interpret the English language, but you are going to appear for your upcoming board in English language only. You will not be allowed to write even a single word in Hindi. So I hope you will get enough idea. You, if you will listen more and more, so you will definitely get an idea on how to frame sentences, dear students, right? So ma'am, take a sip of water. It will help you to take lectures more good. Avasti, thank you so much. You have been showing great concern towards my health and me. That's so good to see you like that, right? So Splash Queen, we would also be will also be covering communicative English as well. Okay, चलो, आपने बोला तो पानी पी लेती हूँ एक बारी, ठीक है? And then we will begin. हेलो। हाँ मैम। हाँ मैं ना ये बोल रही थी यार, मुझे तो डर। बोलो भैया। हेलो। So, all right, everybody. I hope I'm clearly audible, visible again. Please drop me yes in the comment section. We are going to discuss again. So, what we were discussing about for Anne Gregory, which is written in a conversational style, right? So, the conversation that takes place between the poet and Anne, right? So, it talks about two types of beauty. It talks about physical charm, right? Versus divine form of beauty, right? Versus divine beauty, which is beyond physical charm, which is beyond physical looks, which is beyond physical appearance. So in this particular poem, the poet tells Anne Gregory to look for a lover who loves her unconditionally, not for her looks, not for her beautiful hair, not for her physical charm. Rather, the one should love her for her heart, for her head, for what her real, for her real self, right? So these things are to be remembered. So in this particular poem, girl, Anne Gregory also tells the poet that she will definitely change the color of her hair in order to get a true lover who does not love her for her physical charm, for her physical looks, for her physical appearance. Rather, she is longing for somebody to love her for what she is, for how she is. So that you need to remember, right? So, ma'am, chashma please, pehen lo please. What has happened? बिना चश्मे के मैं समझ में नहीं आ रहा. Is there any question that is going to be asked in your paper कि मैम ने चश्मा पहना था कि नहीं? बताओ जरा. Are you going to get any question based on the same ki whether the teacher who was teaching you last night wore her spectacles or not? Just let me know, dear students. Please pay attention towards the paper here right now. It's high time, right? So please please learn about all these things. Let's see now, what is the central theme by W.B. Yeats? The central theme is the difference between physical beauty and inner beauty, right? Is that clear? Then we have, how does Anne Gregory view of lover different from the old man perspective? Anne Gregory wanted to be loved by somebody who loves her for her inner looks, for her inner, not for inner looks, for her inner charm, for her inner self, real self, right? So what do we come to know? Anne Gregory believes she can change her hair color to find real love. कि वो अपने सुंदर बालों को चेंज करा लेगी, राइट? तो ताकि उसे तभी तो पता चलेगा कि अगर मैं बहुत ज्यादा ब्यूटीफुल नहीं लग रही हूँ तो कौन मुझसे एक्चुअल में प्यार करता है, right? Next question. What does the poet say about society's perception of beauty? So he says that love that is beyond these physical charm, love beyond physical beauty is actually divine in nature. Please mark this line as very, very important. इसको अभी note down कर लो, right? That love beyond physical charm is divine in nature, right? ये याद करके रख लेना. Next, a triumph of surgery. Now we are just beginning with footprints without feet, textbook, right? हमने ये रात में भी किया था. Last night we had a session on the same. All right, dear students. So please, now we are just going to revise each and everything in a nutshell. So please go through all the important pointers. It talks about the character of Mrs. Pumphrey and Dr. Harriet, a vet surgeon. It talks about how overindulgence led to deterioration of Tricky's health. Mrs. Pumphrey, who overfed her dog with luxurious items which were not even required, which made Tricky obese, which made Tricky lethargic, right? So he was being treated by Dr. Harriet. He was hospitalized for a period of 15 days. For initial 2 days, he did not eat anything. He just, relied on water, on liquids. But gradually and slowly, his condition began to improve, and then he had finally recovered from his illness. So, and for extract this question, you need to remember some important lines. It's like a very important line in the poem which talks about final edge to Tricky's constitution. Final edge to Tricky's constitution. Very important. All right. So please remember, excess and consequences. The story gives us a very important message that excess of everything is bad. Excess of everything is bad. Then medical wisdom, as we have seen in case of Dr. Harriet. Then we have satire on overprotectiveness. It is a satire on Mrs. Pumphrey, who overfed her, who could not understand the real meaning of taking care. She misunderstood the meaning of taking care to that of providing luxurious items to her dog. So I hope all clear to all of you. Now, let's see the questions. How does Mrs. Pumphrey overindulgence affect Tricky? It made her obese. It made her overweight. It made him overweight. He became obese. He became lethargic. Right? He had bloodshot eyes. That you need to remember. Next, what role does humor play in the story? Humor adds lightness to the story by exaggerating Mrs. Pumphrey's dramatic reactions. She was so concerned about her dog. Then we have, what lessons can we learn from Harriet's approach to Tricky's treatment? What lesson can we learn? That overindulgence may lead to deterioration or destruction, and that excess of everything is bad. Ma'am, कुछ लोग यहाँ chat करने आते हैं. So please, you ignore those people. You please get worried about your exam, dear students. It's high time. Please understand the importance of time here, right? Now, how does the story satirize the excessive pampering of pets? It shows that showing too much of affection and care showing too much of affection, unnecessary affection can lead to deterioration of your pet's health, right? So you need to take care of all these things. Next. So we have the thief story, which is based on the characters, two characters, Anil Singh and Hari. Anil and Hari Singh, a 15-year-old thief. बार बार हम red पे red color ही चला देते हैं, which makes it difficult. 15 years old thief. And before this, let's understand main points that you can transform a person through trust and kindness and compassionate behavior, isn't it? What has happened in this case? Hari Singh thought that it is very easy to rob a very cunning and complex person, but it is not good, or he did not find it interesting to rob a man who is so kind, who is so compassionate, and who is so easygoing. Right? So, you need to remember all these things. Self-realization, power of compassion. He became a very transformed personality towards the very end. He realized the importance of education and that he will not commit any robbery or any certain activity that would lead him to any unfair means, right? So now let's see it further. How does Anil's trust affect Hari Singh's decision to change? Just because he had shown immense trust on Hari Singh as a cook, despite the fact that he knew everything about Anil, he knew everything about Hari Singh, that he had committed robbery and that he had stolen his money, right, which was kept under the mattress, right, dear students. Then we have, what does the story teach us about the nature of crime and its possible redemption? So Anil tried to bring a change in Hari's personality through compassionate kindness behavior, and he promised him that too he will be teaching him how to read and write, right? So मैम धुवा मैम अभी इंग्लिश कम्युनिकेशन पढ़ाएगी. Yes, definitely मैं आपको इंग्लिश कम्युनिकेशन भी पढ़ाऊंगी. Don't worry about it, dear students, please, right? But it's just that you need to keep a little patience here, right? What do you think Hari Singh will do after the events of the story? He decided to leave all unfair practice and become a fair man. He decides to leave that. He decides one thing in life, that from now onwards I will not commit any such thing that would lead him to trouble, right? So ma'am, please wear glasses. Ma'am, you look better, and please wear it. Request. Acha, okay. So then you'll start studying seriously. If I'll put on my spectacles, nahi. If I wear my spectacles, would you start studying seriously? Chalo. Now let's see your seriousness. ठीक है? अब देखते हैं seriousness कितनी है. चलो, okay. Yes, what was the happy period we are talking about in terms of a triumph of this surgery? I'll tell you what was the happy period. So when those luxurious items like brandy, wine and eggs were sent by Mrs. Pumphrey for her dog, but those items were not given to Tricky, rather they were enjoyed by Dr. Harriet and his staff, right? So this means that they were enjoying their happy period. This was the happy period. Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious lag rahe ho, ma'am. Thank you so much. All of you are also supercalifragilisticexpialidocious, dear students. Now please attempt your exam in a supercalifragilisticexpialidocious manner, right? So, all right, now let's get started. How does the story illustrate the theme of human goodness and trust? So it just, it teaches us a very valuable lesson that you can transform a person, you can bring a change in a person's personality through kindness and compassionate behavior. प्यार से समझा के आप उसको change कर सकते हो, right? Next, The Midnight Visitor, which talks about Ozebel and Max. It talks about two secret agents and a writer, Fowler, right, who was initially disappointed with Ozebel just because he could not get convinced with his looks, just because he found he could not, because Ozebel in this particular story, who is the protagonist, could not fit into a typical image of a spy, right? So now let's see. Ozebel, an unusual spy who was so quick, who was so smart. Let's just understand some of the adjectives that describe his personality. Ozebel, wo quick tha, he was witty, right, very clever, very smart. The way he outsmarted Max, the way he outsmarted another secret agent through his quick presence of mind, by fabricating a story about a virtual balcony, by fabricating a story about a non-existence balcony, right? So Ozebel's clever trick, you can be asked to just write the pen portrait of Ozebel. So please remember this particular thing. Character of sketch of Ozebel is also very, very important in this regard. Now, intelligence over strength. So what does it prove through his character? Definitely these are the traits of his character. कि भले वो देखने में इतना typical spy जैसा नहीं लग रहा था, but still he was so quick, he was so witty that with his quick presence of mind, he could outsmart this Max, another secret agent who had ill intentions, who had evil intentions, isn't it? Then, what do we come to know? Irony, unexpected twist. There was unexpected twist. Just in the meantime, when there was a knocking at the door and when there was a waiter who was waiting outside the door, in the meantime, he could fabricate a story within a fraction of seconds, and he just told the entire episode to Max, who actually believed Ozebel's word, and without even looking at back, he suddenly वो gun point तो आगे कर रहा है और पीछे चलते चलते गिर जाता है, right? So can you just imagine the intensity of his foolishness, isn't it? Now, let's see the points further. So I hope this is all understood. How does Ozebel intelligence help him to defeat Max? Because of his quick, witty nature and his smartness, right? Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious meaning, ma'am, इसका मतलब होता है wonderful, extremely wonderful and magnificent. आपने ये word use तो कर लिया, मेरे लिए किया, but आपको इसका मतलब नहीं पता था. मतलब मेरे लिए word use किया और मुझसे ही मतलब पूछ लिया. Yes, definitely. Communicative English होगी, dear students. Communicative English होगी. होगी 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 जरूर होगी, for sure होगी, 100% होगी, 100% होगी, 100% होगी, right? Promise me, but you'll get 90 plus marks in your English paper, and all those who are practicing so harder will get 95 plus. Promise me this thing, promise me. How many marks you are going to get in your upcoming English paper? मैम मजाक कर रही थी, supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. Okay. From UP? 90 plus 90 plus 90 plus 1,000 lakh. Okay, that's great. That's great to see. Ma'am, explain in Hindi. See, dear students, if you find any problem, a specific problem in understanding certain thing, so definitely I'll teach you. I'll just explain you the entire meaning in Hindi. But see, this is a pure English medium class, so I cannot explain the whole thing in Hindi. So please understand this really well. Okay, so let me just connect with you through the chat section first of all. Okay. मैम व्हाट्स योर नेम? माय नेम इज मनिका. अब तक तो आपको मेरा नाम पता चल जाना चाहिए, हाँ, राइट? माय नेम इज मनिका एंड आई एम नॉट अ टेररिस्ट. Okay, love you all, Chaudhary Harendra. I love all my students, dear. Ma'am, if I score full marks in Hindi, I'll come to you and give you a sweet box. Thank you so much, Avasti. I am eagerly waiting for you to get wonderful marks, these many marks as you are expecting. And I'll be waiting for that sweet box, right? So, love you all. Love you all. Love you all. Thank you so much for believing in me and for having been present here in great numbers. And definitely, we thought you are a terrorist. तुम्हें लगा था कि मैं हूँ. Is that so? चलो, कोई बात नहीं. लगा था, कैसे लगा था वैसे? Okay, love you people, love you all. Now please attempt your paper in a wonderful manner. Please, dear students, it's a humble request to all of you to please go through each and everything. And yes, I would suggest you not to just venture into anything new. कुछ भी नया दिमाग में नहीं भरना है, क्योंकि otherwise आपको confusion हो जाएगा. Keep practicing, keep memorizing. It's not the time to start something new. Just keep memorizing, keep revising whatever you have already done. Right? Now, let's see further. So, we were discussing about this. What role does irony play when the supposedly dangerous spy Max is outwitted by the calm and composed Ozebel? Right? How does the story challenge the traditional image of a spy? Traditional image of the spy, this Ozebel could not fit into the typical image of a spy, of a detective. वो बिल्कुल लग नहीं रहा था, वो बिल्कुल थोड़ा तोंदू टाइप्स था, थोड़ा राउंडिश लगता था, प्लम्पिश सा था. तो जब when Fowler came to meet him, he got disappointed. But the next moment, Ozebel vanished all his disappointment by proving his self-worth when he outsmarted Max, right? What lessons can be learned from Ozebel's calmness under pressure? He learned that presence of mind and calm thinking in tense situations are more powerful. Ozebel एक भी बार panic नहीं हुआ. He with his composure, he with his relaxed mind handled the situation really well, and he fabricated a fake story, and then he could outsmart Max. Will you marry me, ma'am? अच्छा, अभी अपने एग्जाम से कर लो पहले, राइट? आई हैव नो सच प्लान्स टू गेट मैरिड. एग्जाम में मार्क्स अच्छे लाओगे तो देन प्लीज लेट मी नो, देन आई कैन थिंक ऑफ इट, राइट? पहले मैं एग्जाम में मार्क्स अच्छे ले आओ एंड देन आई कैन थिंक ऑफ इट, राइट? लव यू ऑल, लव यू पीपल, Love a big shout out to all the 10th graders out there who have really worked so hard, right? Okay, now let's see further. फुटप्रिंट्स विदाउट फीट एक ऐसे सनकी से साइंटिस्ट के बारे में है, एक श्रूड से साइंटिस्ट के बारे में है, एक ऐसे लॉलेस साइंटिस्ट के बारे में है हु हैज इन्वेंटेड अ ड्रग एंड swallowed that drug in order to make him transparent and make situations chaotic in the lives of other people. People. Horace Danby, the honest thief, how can we call him honest? Oh, it's about a question of trust. Sorry, people. We are discussing a question of trust. We would be discussing footprints without feet as well because it was written there. The title was written there. So I thought it, right? So it is about a question of trust. It's about Horace Danby. It talks about two important statements. Let me tell you those important statements now. So those statements are like this. One statement is there is no honor among thieves, right? Which is given in the last line of your textbook. There is no honor among thieves. कि सेम प्रोफेशन वाले लोगों में ये ऑनर नहीं होता कि तू भी चोर मैं भी चोर, तो थोड़ा सा ऑनर हमारे बीच में होना चाहिए कि हमें आपस में एक दूसरे के प्रोफेशन का ख्याल रखना चाहिए, राइट? एंड देन यू मस्ट सेट अ थीफ to catch a thief. Oh God, right? So these are the two statements. ये तो सबसे लास्ट में आपके एनसीईआरटी टेक्स्ट बुक में भी लिखी हुई है कि जैसे ही उसके सामने कोई बात करता है कि there is honor among thieves and this person Horace Danby gets angry, right? Then now let's discuss the lady in red. इसीलिए मैंने रेड से लिखा है lady in red who claimed herself to be the owner of the house but she was actually another thief. Right? So you need to remember all these pointers. So please remember that he suffered from hay fever, right? How he got into trouble by helping that lady in red who claimed to be the owner of the house, despite the fact that he was a very smart thief, and we cannot call him completely honest just because he used to steal once a year, that or despite the fact that he used to commit robbery just once a year, that too for a good cause, for a noble cause, as he stated that he was fond of buying rare and expensive books through some agent, so that's why he used to commit robbery once a year. सिर्फ एक बार साल में चोरी करता था, उसको वो जस्टिफाई करने की कोशिश कर रहा था, लेकिन once a चोर and always a चोर, once a thief always a thief, चाहे वो एक बार चोरी करे चाहे वो बार बार चोरी करे, चोर 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 ही कहलाता है, राइट? चलो, तो इसके साथ क्या हुआ, चोर चोर मोसेरे भाई भाई बहन हो गए यहाँ पे, बिकॉज द लेडी इन रेड वाज आल्सो अ थीफ बट शी वाज अ लेडी, तो हम चोर चोर मोसेरे भाई यहाँ पे नहीं बोल सकते हैं, राइट? सो नाउ लेट्स डिस्कस फर्दर. How does irony play a crucial role in the story? A question of trust by Victory Canning. Irony plays a very crucial role. Just because a thief was outsmarted, a thief was befooled by another thief. Right? Next, what does the story suggest about trust and deception? The story suggests that blind trust can lead to deception. Just like the way Horace Danby trusted the lady in red, उसने अपना खुद का दिमाग लगाया ही नहीं, उसने ये सोचा ही नहीं कि how can the owner of the house forget the passcode of the safe? अगर इतना दिमाग लगा लिया होता तो he would have definitely recognized the lady in red. Right? Next, what lesson does a question of trust teach about crime and morality? Crime और morality के बारे में, that there is no honor among thieves, then you can be asked a question based on the same in the form of a long format, right? So you need to remember all these things. I hope all clear till this point of time. Is everything clear? Chalo. Okay, then now we are going to presume it further. चलो, जिसकी हम बात कर रहे थे footprints without feet, now we are towards that particular lesson in which we are talking about a lawless scientist. Why he is being called as a lawless person. Why is he being called a lawless person? Because he has invented a drug that should be used, that should have been used for the welfare of the people, for the welfare of the humanity, for the welfare of the mankind. But contrary to this, he used his own invention in order to become transparent and make others' lives chaotic. right? He definitely made other lives chaotic, because wherever he went, he started giving kicks and blows to other people. He went to the apparel store, he went to some store where he slept over a pile of blankets. When the next morning the assistant manager came, and when he was being like noticed by them, and he suddenly threw his things away and he started throwing blows at them. Then what happened? Then he went to Iping village, right, where he, first of all, he burnt the house of his, he burned the house where he was living on rent, just because he could not pay the house rent. Then when he went to Iping village, and where he came across a clergyman, and he just committed a robbery and got invisible there, right? Then he troubled Mrs. Hall, the landlady, where where he disturbed and troubled Mrs. Hall and her husband by throwing so many items at her, right, by throwing chairs at her, when she went inside her room in order to know the actual details about him. Just because he was invisible, she could not see him, but she could hear the noises from the room itself, right? So there were so many things about him. So likewise, that you have to understand, it talks about Invisible Man. It has been taken from the novel The Invisible Man, written by H.G. Wells, right? Use of science and technology. That science and technology, you have to, it's just, it just that you need to decide whether the scientific invention should be used in what manner, isn't it? Is using these technologies and science is a bane or a boon for us? Is it a blessing or a bane? या हमारे लिए कर्ज है, right? So likewise, you have to understand these things. So I hope this is quite clear to all. Next, how does the Invisible Man's character evolve through the story? It evolves from a brilliant scientist to a reckless one to a ruthless one who had misused his own invention. अगर वो अपनी invention को misuse ना करता, तो can you imagine कि वो किस हद तक हम बहुत अच्छे से utilize कर सकते थे, right? So next, why is the Invisible Man unable to find peace despite his power? Just because he had to move from one place to another, right? He did not have any peace of mind, despite the fact that he got as transparent just as a sheet of water. Still, not water, he got as transparent as a sheet of glass, right? Communicative, communicative, communicative. इतना ज़्यादा demand communicative, communicative. We'll definitely be doing communicative. Don't worry about it. Now, making of a scientist, a very important lesson in which we would be talking about mother's role. Very, very important to understand. Please understand about Richard E. Bright. Understand about Richard E. Bright. What you are going to understand about him? His mother's role. How he became a wonderful and a successful and a renowned scientist. Travels of Monarch book. Which opened a world of science to him. You have to tell, by the time he was 2, he could collect 25 species of butterflies. By the time he was just 2. At 2 years in age, right? Then you have to mention his various experiments. You have to tell the reason how he became a successful molecular biologist from a passionate butterfly collector. From a passionate butterfly collector to a molecular biologist. Very important. This chapter is unlike the rest of the chapters of the literature, because it is not based on fiction. It is based on a real scientist, the life of a real scientist, the real life story of a scientist, isn't it? So you need to take care of all these pointers, right? तो इसके बारे में आपको उसकी life के बारे में पूछने के लिए आएगा कि how he became successful, what were the experiments, how his mother played a very pivotal role, क्योंकि उन्होंने ही उनको एक book लाके दी थी, and she has actually appreciated him, appreciated his efforts, and she motivated him to explore more and more, right? So all these you have to mention. Now let's get through the questions of the lesson. Questions. How did Richard E. Bright's childhood curiosity contribute to his future as a scientist? So just because he was a butterfly collector, and by the time he was 2, he had already collected 25 species of butterflies, and he was already fond of collecting rocks, fossils, coins, etc, 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 right? Then we have what qualities of E. Bright's character are evident in his journey as to success. He was confident, he was smart, he was he was so confident, he was witty, he was smart, he had quick presence of mind. Then how did his mother played a very pivotal role? This is one of the most important question, mother's role. अगर इस चैप्टर से कोई भी क्वेश्चन आया या तो साइंटिस्ट, मेकिंग ऑफ अ साइंटिस्ट बनने पे आएगा, या फिर अबाउट द मदर्स रोल जरूर आएगा. नथिंग एल्स वुड बी आस्क्ड फ्रॉम दिस पर्टिकुलर चैप्टर. देन वी हैव द नेक्स्ट चैप्टर, द नेकलेस, which is based on the life of Madame Loisel. चलो जी, ये भी डिस्कस कर लेते हैं. Next we have 3 characters, Madame Loisel, we have Madame Forestier, we have Mr. Loisel. Bechara hen-packed husband. So what happened? He loved his wife unconditionally, but she was always dissatisfied with her married life just because she could not buy any expensive or rare items, right? Because she had always imagined for a luxurious and luxurious lifestyle, which she could not, her wishes could not be fulfilled just because she was only married to a simple clerk who worked in the Ministry of Education, right? So as a result of which she used to be angry all the times, right? So one day what happened, when her husband brought an invitation card for a ball, right, at minister's residence, she threw it away just because she didn't know, for 2 reasons. She did not have any good dress to wear and she did not have any necklace to wear. So she was given 400 francs to buy a new gown for the party, and her husband also suggested her to just borrow a necklace from her friend Madame Forrester, who was a rich lady, right? So what happens when she gets that? So in the meantime, when the party was over and she was admired by all, but on the way back home, she lost that necklace. But their husband and the wife, the duo, decides to keep this thing hidden from Madame Forestier. So they try to just compensate for the lost necklace, and they just decides to buy a new one. So they went to a jewelry shop, they got the similar necklace that costed around 36,000 francs. So they decided to live they decided to rot in poverty for the entire life. So what they did, they bought that, as a result of which they had to take heavy interest loans, and then he has to spend his family inherited amount of 18,000 francs also. But what happens after so many years, when she came across the same lady again, तो उसको पता चलता है वो तो भाई फेक था, right? So can you imagine the situation कि पूरा life उनको poverty में सड़ना पड़ा, but and that too for a new that too because of a necklace, right? Because of her zid, right? And that too for a fake one, जो कि असली में असली था भी नहीं, right? So this was all about that. तो इतनी ऑल द नटशेल में मैं फटाफट से आपके क्विक मैनर में एक समरी भी आपको बताती चल रही हूँ, which is not even required at this point of time. So how does Matilda's obsession with luxury lead to her downfall? Because she was always so greedy about having a luxurious lifestyle. She always wanted to have luxurious things around her, right? She was always imagining a life of luxuries and comforts, right? तो वो उसको लास्ट में उसके डाउनफॉल की तरफ ले जाता है. But towards the end of the story, we found her to be a completely transformed lady. By the time, just because she was having mixed emotions कि at least चलो उसने मैडम फॉरेस्टियर से शेयर तो कर लिया है कि क्या क्या हुआ है, उसके बाद उसको बहुत लाइट फील होता है, right? Next, what role does irony play in this chapter? When the necklace, she sacrificed her whole life to repay the debt. तब उसको अकल आती है, ठिकाने आती है उसकी अकल, right? What lesson does the story teach about the value of material possessions? The story teaches that material possessions are temporary and the pride and greed can destroy anybody's life, right? किसकी वजह से उसको खराब लाइफ जीनी पड़ी? जस्ट बिकॉज ऑफ दैट सिंगल नेकलेस, उसकी एक छोटी सी जिद की वजह से, राइट? नाउ लेट्स सी फॉर द Bholi as a chapter. Bholi, whose actual name was Sulekha. She was the 4th child of her parents, 4th daughter, right? So but she had to undergo a lot of sufferings in her life due to poke marks on her face. होता है ना, you can relate it to the real life incidents कि किसी को चोट लग गई है तो लोग उसकी मजाक बनाने लगते हैं, right? So until and unless one gains maturity. But by the end of the story, she becomes a totally transformed girl. Earlier, she used to be a timid creature. Earlier, she used to be timid. She used to be weak and she could not speak in front of others, right? So everybody used to make fun of her. But later, with the passage of time, when she became knowledgeable, when she gained experience, she had started raising her voice just like she did when it was a time to get married and when her bride and the groom were about to exchange their garlands. So when somebody from the neighborhood, when she unveiled, जब उन्होंने घूंघट उठाती है तो the groom Bishambarnath said no to marry, and he was demanding for more money as a dowry in order to marry. So seeing his greedy nature, she immediately disapproves and she decides one thing, that I am not going to marry for the whole life and I will just keep taking care of my parents in their old age, right? Chalo. So I hope it's all clear. Now So Bholi's character, Bholi is a simple minded girl. इसके लिए आप एक word use कर सकते हो that she was a simpleton. Simpleton है, बहुत simple minded girl है, simple thinking वाली girl है, right? Social injustice, the story addresses social issues such as classism, appearance based judgment. कि अगर कोई सुंदर नहीं दिख रहा तो इसका मतलब ये थोड़ी वो intelligent नहीं है, right? Transformation, Bholi's transformation from a shy, self-conscious girl to a confident and assertive woman. Main points: empowerment, it talks about social issues, it talks about importance of education. It was just because of education, it was just because of the importance of education, it was just after being educated she could raise her voice against the evil practices that were still prevalent in the society, isn't it? So please take care of these many things. Next, how does Bholi change throughout the story? What triggers this transformation? क्या ट्रिगर करा उसको? एक होता है ना, इट्स लाइक मेरा इंतकाम देखेगी टाइप्स. So उसको क्या ट्रिगर किया? What was the trigger? What was the thing that triggered her the most? Everybody used to make fun of her. It was just that it was not her fault. She was not at fault that when she was just 3 years old, she fell from the cot and then she had she got injured. There were certain pock marks due to small pox, right? She was not at fault. It was not her fault at all. Like people started making fun of her, but she proved herself. She proved herself through the medium of education, through the medium of just because she found that support in her school teacher who kept supporting her. Each passing day she gave her books, she gave her pictures to read. Earlier she used to fumble a lot, right? Usko stammering hoti thi, usko haklati thi wo, right? So likewise, so please remember all these things. I hope you are getting enough benefit out of this. सबका अच्छे से revision हो रहा है? Please let me know in the comment section, dear students. सब अच्छे से रिवाइज कर रहे हो, अच्छे से रिवाइज कर पा रहे हो ऑल द कीवर्ड्स एंड द थीम्स दैट वी आर डिस्कसिंग इन द पोम? प्लीज लेट मी नो विद अ बिग थम्स अप इन द कमेंट सेक्शन. Only then I will proceed towards the next. In the meantime, I would like to have a sip of water. Please let me know in the comment section. Please let me know in the comment section, dear students. Okay, that's great. Communicative के पीछे पड़े हो. Communicative will be discussed, don't worry at all. It will also be discussed. All right. Now we are back again with the bang. Okay, yay. Communicative will also be done, dear students. Communicative will also be there. Don't worry about it. Okay. Now, what does the story teach about the importance of education and self-respect? Like if somebody is educated, she considered self-dignity, she considered her dignity, her self-respect to be above all. That's why when she disagreed to marry Vishambar Nath, who was actually a greedy owner of the grocery store, right? He was a grocer, right? So she immediately disagreed to marry him just because of the fact that he was a greedy man, right? Who was not interested in her, who was interested in his father's money, in her father's money, right? Money. How does the story address social injustice, particularly toward women? So, what used to happen in the olden times, it's like women were subjugated in all walks of life, right? So, but now is not the case. We have, evolved, we have come a long way through all this, isn't it? So, you need to understand all these pointers. So, when it comes to Bholi, the lesson that it can be asked about freedom, right, that she achieved, and education was the only medium. So there can be asked, you can be asked a question based on how education plays a very important role in the transformation of Bholi's character. All about education पे जरूर आ सकता है. Next, we have the book that saved the earth, which is a very humorous story about Martian invasion. Martian invasion पे आता है, and it just tells us how just a nursery rhyme book and how a rhyme named Mother Goose could save the entire planet Earth from Martian invasion. कि कैसे एक book से ही डर गए सारे Martians, and they skip their idea, they skip their plan of invading the Earth and attacking the entire planet, isn't it? So that's why all the Earthlings were saved just because of one single poem, that is Mother Goose, right? So that's we are going to read about it. Now let us see the science fiction setting, the story set in the future, 21st century की हम यहाँ पे बात करेंगे. मैं बार बार रेड पे रेडी चला देती हूँ, right? So we have to take care of this thing. Role of the book, Shakespeare's work symbolizing human culture and wisdom. Aliens misunderstanding, Martians are misunderstood. These books to be communication devices, sometimes auditory, sometimes sandwiches, sometimes storage barns, right? So you have to take care. Humanity's cultural strength, the story suggests that human culture, history and wisdom are strong enough to prevent any destruction. Power of literature, power of rhymes, humor and irony. Humor in the misunderstanding between the aliens and the humans. Add a layer of light-heartedness कि कैसे Martians जो commander in chief है जो अपने आप को used to consider the one of the most and we used to consider one of the most intellectual creatures in the entire universe was actually a fool, right? और उसका assistant noodle था जो कि actually थोड़ा smart था उनसे. Then he has his surgeon too. We have Lieutenant Iota and all other members in his team, right? So grammar only comes, no, grammar does not only come in the form of MCQs. There are so many patterns on which the questions are asked. There would be 10 questions out of 12 and you would be asked to attempt any 10. So some questions would be in the form of MCQ, some in the form of gap filling, some in the form of error spotting. So like that. So you need to remember. I hope it's all clear. Now let us see this. Exam target questions. How does the alien misunderstanding in the book that saved the earth highlight the importance of human culture? Right? So because aliens misunderstood the book of nursery rhymes to be those books and they just thought, they misinterpreted the words of the rhyme. They thought that earth is enough, earth is potent enough, the planet is potent enough to destroy the planet, to destroy Martians as well and to destroy the Mars planet as well. So that's why they skipped the idea, just because they got to know about two activities of agriculture and mining, right, in the poem, in the story, right, not the poem. How does the humorous nature of story contribute to its overall message? The humorous tone makes the message engaging while showing that intelligence and culture are stronger than brutal force. So this is how you need to understand all these things. So I hope it's pretty clear to everybody out there. I hope it's completely clear. Is it now? So as so many students have been eagerly waiting for this particular section, we are going to begin with it. So shall we begin, or you need a 2-3 minutes break for this? Let me know in the comment section fast, because we are going to start afresh with grammar. Although we have practiced yesterday also, day before yesterday also, and today morning also we had a session on the same, and now also we are going to practice grammar. So what more do you need then? Okay, chalo, पहले कर लेते हैं, उसके बाद we'll have a short break. Okay, chalo, right. Let us see the very first question. Let's see fast. Fill in the blank by using the correct form of the word in the bracket. Thank you for dash my application. I look forward to working in your dash. So we have clearly seen this thing. We have 4 here. So whenever there is 4, उसके साथ हम हमेशा ing form ही लगाते हैं. So that's why in this also our answer would be for considering. Right? अगर to होता है तो हम उसके साथ ये लगाते हैं, which is called infinitive. Clear? I hope it's clear to everybody out there. Now, next. 97% of Earth's water is salty ocean water and another 2% is trapping. This is not the doer of the action, so we got a mistake here. So it is trapping. ये water थोड़ी trapping कर रहा है. Water cannot trap, right? So it is that trapping is incorrect. It is trapped, right? It is trapped. I hope this is pretty clear to everybody out there. Now let us see the next one. Next question. Yukti and Sanjay had a conversation about going to a restaurant. So we are going to discuss it as it is based on reported speech. All right, it is based on reported speech. So we have to report who's Yukti's one. Yukti's question. Does this now, as I told you earlier as well, it begins with a helping verb. So we are supposed to use what? We are supposed to use if or whether here. If or whether हमने use करना है, right? So in the meantime, I would like to ask students if you have any problem. I hope nobody is having any problem till this point of time, right? Chalo. Okay, let's see. Helping verb. So if or whether, and remember one more important thing. Remember this particular thing, that never ever use that in any interrogative sentence. All right, people. Right. So let's do the answer of this particular question. Now, let us see. Yukti asked Sanjay if that restaurant, this is changed to that, right? If that restaurant served, simple present will be changed to served good South Indian food. That's it, right? I hope it's clear to everybody out there. Let's see the next question now. Second one, it is also based on reported speech. Ma'am, Snapchat ID de do, please. I don't use Snapchat, dear students. Do you really think that we have so much of time to use all these applications? Is it? Definitely, I'll be sharing some tips and tricks to ace that writing section, dear student. But let's first of all finish it off. While we were discussing literature, students, you were so eager to know and you were so eager to practice grammar section. Now we are practicing grammar section. Now you are so desperate to know the tips and tricks for writing section. So we will be discussing each and everything. Don't worry about that, right? Chalo. Amit, are you sure you can manage to go to the railway station on your own? Ananya says, oh yes, I have already, kitna itra rahi hai ye? Oh yes, I have already booked a cab. Oh really? Select the correct option to report the above dialogue. So you have 4 options just that you have to report Amit's dialogue. Amit asked Ananya, what did he ask? ये देख लो और answer कर लो. Choose the poll, right? Chalo, let's start. Let's start. All clear? So I hope it's all clear, right? I hope you are able to do it. So grammar section more or less is similar in what types of papers, whether it is communicative English question paper or language literature paper. Please understand, people, my lovely people, grammar topics are more or less same. It's just the pattern is a bit different, right? So please make sure that you understand grammar from these many questions itself. Topics are same. I have already told you this thing, right? Chalo. I hope it's done. Let's choose. If she was sure she could manage, let's choose B and see how many of you could answer. Wow, that's wonderful. Not even a single student has chosen any other option except B. That's totally wonderful. A big shout out to all the people of my class whosoever is present here. Wonderful. 100% result. That's great. Ranks. Bhumika, Himanshu Rajora, Gurpreet, Splash Queen, Supriti, Lavu, Shivansh Chand, Alin Alil, Johnny, Snowy, Snowy, Savita, everybody. That's wonderful. And that too within 0.64 seconds. That's truly awesome. Not even a single second. Just in a fraction of seconds. Wow. That's wonderful actually. So if she was sure she could manage. Next. Fill in the blank by choosing the correct option. Each year, thousands of birds dash migrate, immigrate, emigrate. I have told you in the previous class also, if some questions arise, so it means these involve permanent movement while this involves a cyclic or a seasonal movement. So that's why we have to choose migrate, right? Which means cyclic or just a seasonal movement, right? I hope it's pretty clear to all out there. Next we have tell us much about project and we will select suitable candidates for you to hire. हमारे अपने बारे में कुछ बताओ, ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा बताओ, so that we are in a position to decide the suitable candidate for us. So what are we going to write? This much cannot be written here, rather more is the more appropriate answer, right? So clear? Now, Select the option that identifies the error and supplies the correction for the following lines taken. Obesity in teenage children is a major concern between parents now. Chalo, फटाफट से attempt this. Do this question. Do this question fast. Choose the option that goes well with. Choose the option that goes well with the question, right? I hope all clear. Chosen? C, C, C. That's wonderful. Let's choose. 77.78 students. That's nice. Among. Right? Chalo, next. Complete the given narrative. Yesterday, Tanu walked into the park and dash a breezy evening. To enjoyed. We already got a hint here. We already got a signal word here. एक सिग्नल वर्ड तो यहाँ पे मिल गया. देन तनु वॉक्ड, एक सिग्नल वर्ड यहाँ पे भी मिल गया. यहाँ पे भी सेकंड फॉर्म है टू द पार्क. एंड विल, ये तो हो ही नहीं सकता है. चलो इसके लिए भी बोल देते हैं. लेट्स सी, लेट्स हैव अ पोल ओवर हियर. ऑलराइट, लेट्स हैव अ पोल ओवर हियर. Okay. We are going to check it. I'm going to show you the results. Here it is. So we have chosen 66.67% students have chosen B, which is actually correct, right? Now let us see the next. Reported speech based question. Chalo, isko answer kar do. I would definitely feel the happiest, right? If you could answer this particular question, I'll definitely be the happiest one, right? Please answer this particular question. Please answer this particular question. Please answer this particular question, my dear people. Let me see how many of you could answer this. Let me see, as she finished the project the day before. Okay, that's wonderful. Some of you are choosing the correct options. Let's see it. So Bhavna told Sohail, Bhavna का हमें report करना है. So this is already in simple past, and as per the rules of reported speech, this has to be changed to past. Perfect. This has to be changed to past. Perfect. So Bhavna told Sohail that she had finished. देखो किसने किया? She had already finished the project that day. Wonderful. She had already finished the project the previous day. She had finished the project the day before. That's wonderful. Wow, that so many students have already written the correct answers. That's wonderful to see all of you. Wow, that's awesome. That's great. I got so happy seeing all these things, dear students. मैं तो खुश हो गई हूँ अब. All right. I can see so many students have already written the correct answer, and this is actually that she had finished the project. She had finished the project the day before. Or you can say the previous day. No problem. Right? Next. Fill in the blank by choosing the correct option to complete it. We are pleased to announce that our school sports day dash is on this day and the school playground from this. Let's do this as well. Choose this answer. Let's do it. Do it. Okay, so I'm going to stop the poll very soon. I'm going to stop the poll, dear students. So please make it fast. All right. So the correct answer would be C. Amazing. 78.05% students have answered it correctly. That's nice to see that, right? Next question. Let's join hands, cultivate conservation and dash a greener tomorrow in generations to come. Poll, poll, poll. Let's do it. Let's do it. Chosen? Have you chosen the correct answer? All right, let's see then. Wow, 58%. More than half, right? We can say that. So we easily got signal words here. Let's join first form, first form, first form. And then there has to be a first form, which is only this, right? Clear? Next. The plug should fit up to the outlet. Up to, we got a mistake. It should be two separate words should be there. Next. He was a renowned businessman. He does a house in the city last year. We got a signal word here. We got a signal word here. So we got a signal word here. So tell me, he was a renowned businessman. He dash purchase a house in the city last year. So what do you think? Which is the most appropriate answer here? What should be here? He. Very good, very good, very good, dear students. Johnny, please try to understand. It should not be had purchased because we already got a signal word just last year. Last year की बात हो रही है बस. So it should be purchased, right? Got it? Next, let us see the next question. Now, fill in the blank by choosing the correct option on an article on exploitation of children. It dash be our concerted effort and not to employ children in industries and save them from any kind of exploitation, right? So, what it should be, may, should, could. What do you think? What kind of a sentence is this? What kind of a sentence is this? Can you just tell this thing? What kind of a sentence is this? Definitely wonderful. Big shout out to all those who have answered should. It should be our concerted effort. It is kind of an encouragement, right? Right? So it should be, should. Right? Now, let us see further. Next. Mobile phones has become an integral part of life. Sabka. Right? Yes, ma'am, 4 AM wali class hai. Definitely hai, but at 5 AM, not at 4 AM, dear students. Right? Chalo. Let's do it. What should be the correct answer over here? Wow, have. Yes, exactly. We got the mistake over here. Mobile phones, which is a plural subject. So how can we use a singular verb here? So has is incorrect. Have has to be written there, right? Next. Let us see this. Then take a look at the conversation between two friends. This is on reported speech. RS, reported speech. Select the correct option to complete the reporting of the above dialogue. Priya told Simran about the book called Eternal Echoes that had captured her interest. तो हमें यहाँ तक करने की जरूरत नहीं है, right? Simran in response expressed that dash I'll definitely add it to my reading list. Thanks for the recommendation. So I am giving you options. Let's see how many of you could answer. Let's do it fast. Let's do it. You can go through the question well, right? Sounds interesting. हमें इतना part report करना है. This much we have to report. All right. Let's see for the sound interesting, will be interesting, sounded interesting, was found to be interesting. Shall we check it now? I hope it's C. 80%. That's wonderful to see you all. So that means you are getting Sneh, Lata, Kirthana and Himanshu Rajora got positions, right? Chalo. So it sounded interesting. This is the correct option, right? Next. Select the option that identifies there and supplies the correction below. Usually, we got a signal word. Signal word hai. जहां पर भी ये word होगा, just imagine if you have words like usually, simple present. All right. So what we are supposed to use, he usually ate breakfast before he goes to school. It should be he eats breakfast. Eats, 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 eats. Next, report the dialogue, report the dialogue, report the dialogue. It is based on reported speech. Again, teacher, good morning. Today we are going to learn about the importance of trees. They play a vital role. Student, I placed to plant some trees this weekend. The student's conversation, the student dialogue we need to report. He added that he understood the importance of trees and added that he took a pledge, right? So what we are supposed to write, he pledged to plant some trees that weekend, right? I hope it's done. Now, next. Sleep is important in maintain one's health and well-being. Use the given format for your response. Let me see how many of you can answer this particular question. It's very simple. It is important in. If you have words like for or in, you should always use ing form. All right. So it should be in maintaining. Maintaining. All right. Next. Let's see the next one. Complete the given narrative by filling the blank. When they began to play, it dashed to rain. We got a single word, second form of the verb. So when it began to rain, when they began to play, it started to rain, started or having started. Let's do it. Yes. So let's do it. Let's do it. After this, we would be revising writing section. So be ready for that as well, right? So I hope it's clearly done. I hope it's done. I am not going to spare you people until you prepare everything wonderfully, right? Focus on this now. So yes, definitely. Over a half of the percentage has answered it correctly. So this is, it started, right? Next, writing section, writing section, writing section, writing section, which is in so much of demand and so many students are eagerly waiting for it. So we are going to begin with it. Now let's come to the very first thing, which is analytical paragraph. So many students have doubt in this, but this is the simplest question of all times. Let's understand. So communicative people, we would also be just discussing communicative English after this gets over, right? इसके लिए बस मैं आपको एक चीज बताना चाहती हूँ, a very important thing. What is that? You already have a sample question on screen. What you need to keep in mind. Let us see. There are three things, okay? You have this. First of all, you need to take care of the word limit. Strictly, do not exceed the word limit. The question carries 5 marks. अगर एक नंबर भी नहीं डिडक्ट कराना है, if you don't want to let your marks cost you, so please do not exceed the word limit. 120 means 120, right within that word limit, right? ये भी नहीं करना कि चलो 80 में खत्म कर दिया. Don't do it. 120 words, make these 5 marks short, fix these 5 marks for your tomorrow's paper, right? Now you have 3 things. First of all, let me tell you that you have in an analytical paragraph, right? You have one thing. What's that? You have introduction, you have body, you have conclusion, right? You will get it from the question itself. ये भी हो जाएगा, ये भी question से ही बनेगा, and this will be on the given data or the clue, right? What you need to remember, has to be written in 2 to 3 lines, just 5 to 6 lines, and again 2 to 3 lines. That's it. Total around 120 words. 120 words, just that's it, right? So please remember all these things. We will be having a short break, everybody, don't worry about that. But first of all, before this, please discuss this particular topic. As I just told you, you will get your introduction from the question itself. The given pie chart shows proportion of people from the different household. कितना clearly हमें intro दे दिया है question में, कितना clearly. Our introduction is already there. Our intro is already there. Introduction we have got from the question. Conclusion also कि क्या ये बता रहा है, what do we come to know based on the percentage की जो highest है lowest है, बस उसके basis पे हमें conclusion लिखना है. Now the main body part, middle part, the main content part, which is based on the trend. Like let's see the highest. First of all, highest is 26 and lowest is 5, right? And एक somewhere एक बीच का part ले लेते हैं जो कि average बताता है, वो 14 हो गया, right? 15 or 14, right? So you have to describe in that manner. So how you're going to do it? So we got our introduction clearly from the question. Clearly from the question, right? This is our intro. This is our intro, isn't it? All right, ma'am, break de do. All right, dear students, we are going to have a short break of just 2 minutes, right? After this, 2 to 3 minutes break. Or do you need it for 5 minutes? Okay, I'll make it 5. Don't worry. I will make it 5. Fine. Okay, people, I hope I'm clearly audible and visible. I am back with a bang again to discuss analytical paragraph. So I hope everybody can see it now, right? Am I clearly audible? Am I clearly visible? Break is over now. Break is over. We would be discussing everything, everybody. Don't worry about it. सबको सुनाई दे रहा है? Whatever I'm speaking, please let me know through the comment section. Am I clearly audible to everybody out there? Am I clearly audible? Yes. Okay. So what I was discussing about analytical paragraph, that you have to take care of the word limit in mind, and that you'll get the intro from the question, you'll get the conclusion from the question. बस थोड़ा सा tricky side पे हमें क्या देखना है? We have to take care of the content part, the main part of the analytical paragraph that you'll find in the latest clues that you will be getting. ठीक है? तो as per the information that we can see कि it is clearly evident from the pie chart that 26% वाले के बारे में हमने highest के बारे में explain कर दिया. Then we have explained the lowest and somewhat the medium term and as well, right? Overall, 14% of all households, medium term, in the UK were living under poverty in the year 2002. In all, the younger generation seem to have a greater poor percentage than their age counterparts. You just have to make a comparison, which is the highest mention करना है, lowest mention करना है, and somewhat moderate level वाला. So this is how you will be able to frame your analytical paragraph, and I will give you some introductory lines for the same. So which are those? Whichever the data is given to you, be it a bar graph, right? Be it anything. What you are supposed to do, please mention these lines. Opening lines, right? Illustrates this much. I hope it's clear to everybody, right? So I hope it is now pretty clear to everybody out there. So the given data illustrates, or the given chart or pie or bar graph, right? Or table shows. You can use these introductory lines that you'll get in the question, or you may say the given data exhibits, right? And if you get something which is like evident from the particular data, then you can use a phrase called it is evident. You can use this as well. All right, I hope this is pretty clear about analytical paragraph. Take care of the question, take care of the intro that you'll get from the question, take care of the conclusion that you will get from the question, and you need to mention your trends in the body of the body part of the analytical paragraph: highest, lowest, and moderate, right? And moderation. You mention all these things. Now, which are those important pointers to be kept in mind? Your paragraph should be clear, crisp and clear. Crisp and clear. Take care of the word limit, which should not be exceeded, that is 120 words. Prefer writing passive form of sentences, right? Passive form prefer कीजिए, right? And use simple present tense. Got it? I hope it's pretty clear to everybody out there. Now proceeding towards formal letters, which is very, very simple, and we will be discussing so many opening and closing lines for that. For opening lines, we have through the columns of your esteemed newspaper, I would like to draw the attention of the concerned authorities towards this particular issue. And in the closing line, you can mention things like, I hope my views would act as an eye opener, or अच्छा अक्कड़ बक्कड़ बम्बे वो मैम अब रहने दो फिर who is going to make you prepare fully well for your upcoming board paper that is going to happen tomorrow, that is going to be tomorrow, right ma'am? Ma'am, I have set your photo as my phone wallpaper. Oh really? Oh, thank you so much for showering this much love. Poetic devices we would also be discussing. I'll tell you the list of poetic devices which are actually important for your syllabus, right? Chalo. Okay, so as a resident of B66 Mall Road, Guwahati, and a parent of grade 10 student, you are deeply concerned about the declining writing habit. Rabbit पढ़ रही हूँ मैं. Writing और habit को मिला के I have spoken rabbit. Okay, Shambhavi Singh. Shambhavi. Hello Priyanshu. Hello Babita. Hello Prateek. Hello. Hello. Shambhavi, all right now? Okay, let's see. Write a letter to the editor of the Geo Youth Times. Remember, if the name of the newspaper is already given, you are supposed to mention that. If it is not given, you can mention any name like the Times of India, the Hindustan Times, the Tribune, the Economic Express, anything. Right? Now, let's see. Sender's address, receiver's address, the first letter of each word has to be capital. Then you have to write subject, then you have to write salutation. Take care of the spelling of the word, like sir or madam. You are not supposed to write M-A-M, right? Talking about the body part, this is the introduction. Right? Then coming to the body part, you just have to mention the declining habit among students. They do not want to write anything. They are relying more on online sources, internet, right? Chat GPT and all. So you can mention all these things. And then you have to just, raise a concern and you have to suggest some measures and you have to conclude it. एक gist भी देना है. Right? So likewise, you have to prepare this. एक format मैं आपको एक बार अच्छे से बता देती हूँ. See, suppose this is the margin of your page. आपको एक margin aligned मिलता है आपके उसके साथ. So let's discuss the format जिसके भी आपको नंबर मिलते हैं आपके बोर्ड के पेपर में. So we'll make a beautiful format of a letter to the editor क्योंकि most commonly यही आता है. प्लीज अपने माइंड में इतना फिक्स कर लेना, जैसे रेटिना में इसकी इमेज कैप्चर कर लेना. प्लीज कैप्चर द इमेज ऑफ दिस फॉर्मेट इन योर आईज लाइक अ कैमरा, राइट? लाइक अ कैमरा. लेट्स सी. Sender's address. Got it? Then we have date. Leave a line, write date. Then leave a line and mention receiver's address. Leave a line, then write subject, then leave a line, then write salutation, right? Then leave a line, then write body. Three things are there, very, very important. Intro, causes, effects, right? Suggestions. And the fourth thing that can be written at times is that of a conclusion as well, right? Conclusion, this much. Write clear sentences. While it comes to the introductory part, we have discussed some lines like through the columns wali lines, right? Through the columns of your esteemed newspaper, of your reputed newspaper, I would like to draw the attention of the concerned authorities. Hello Kirti, take my name, take my name. Okay Kirti, hi, hi legend, hi private lucky, hi Garima, how is everyone? राइट चलो अब आते हैं, लेट्स गेट बैक टू इट. सेंडर्स एड्रेस इतना ब्यूटीफुली आपको बना के दिया है, सो प्लीज डू नॉट फॉरगेट इट. राइट नाउ ब्यूटी, देन नॉट ब्यूटी, बॉडी, राइट, बॉडी ऑफ द लेटर. Okay, then we have complementary clause after this. Right, then you must write yours truly name. Right, yes, there are some common mistakes which actually students make, and you should totally avoid that. Being my students, being my lovely people, being my scholars, being my 10th रॉक स्टार्स, बीइंग माय सुपरस्टार्स, प्लीज डू नॉट मेक दीज मिस्टेक्स. ट्रूली की एक तो स्पेलिंग ये नहीं लिखनी है, मतलब टी कैपिटल नहीं करना है, रॉन्ग है. आई मस्ट जस्ट मार्क इट विद अ रेड मार्कर. राइट, डो नॉट राइट TRUELY. राइट, ये भी गलत है और ये भी गलत है. डो नॉट राइट द स्पेलिंग एज MAM, मेम, or MAAM. Do not write like this. This is totally incorrect. Either write madam or ma'am, and even don't write memd. मैमडी भी नहीं लिख देना वहां पे. राइट, देन सैल्यूटेशन रिस्पेक्टेड सर और मैडम डिस्कस्ड. योर सेंटेंस इन द सब्जेक्ट पार्ट शुड बी वेरी क्रिस्प एंड क्लियर. देन यू हैव बॉडी पार्ट, बेस्ट टू द पॉइंट लिखो, थ्रू द कॉलम्स ऑफ योर एस्टीम्ड न्यूज़पेपर. देन मेंशन व्हाट इज द मेन कंसर्न, एंड देन just mention suggestions, complimentary clause, yours truly name. So on the basis of this, now we are going to read the letter. Right, let's see. Okay, so I have disclosed one thing, that now you people must have got to know that we are just going to begin with communicative English. Is that so? Okay, that's great. Chalo. So as a result, students face difficulty in expressing their ideas clearly in examination. So parents are so concerned about their children who, are facing this issue of declining writing habits among them, because they are relying more on other sources. So they don't want to write anything, as a result of which it has hampered their imagination. जब तक आपकी imagination power hamper हो जाएगी, तो you will not be able to write more. So keeping that thing in mind, you must write this letter. दोनों questions carry 5 marks, 5 marks for analytical paragraph, 5 marks for formal letter. Avoid writing any personal pronouns with any of these topics, be it analytical paragraph or the formal letter. Please do not write anything. All right, dear students, I hope this is pretty clear to everybody out there. Right, and yes, let me just tell you a very important thing, as we are going to finish our language and literature part. We are going to discuss the last year's question paper. Right, वो मैं आपको एक बार देख लेती हूँ कहाँ पर है. So एक बार वो पहले मैं डिस्कस कर लूँ, उसके बाद we will begin with the communicative English part. Don't worry about that. Okay, people. So this is our question paper for the last year. So let us discuss. And after that we would be discussing communicative paper as well. Right, so okay, English language and literature last year's question paper, for which most of you must be waiting for. Right, so this is the question paper. Let's see, we have the reading passage. I'll tell you the techniques more and more right now, so please focus on FLT technique while you read it. But above all, what is that trick that you need to keep in mind? First of all, read questions first. Underline keywords in the questions. Then read the passage. Using this technique, what does it mean? It means reading the first and last line of each paragraph. All right, underline this whenever you read. Let's first of all go through the questions first. Let's underline the keywords. Which of the following statement best describes the difference between renewable and alternate source of energy? Then we have the second one, tone of the writer in this. Then we have complete the sentence appropriately. In the past, alternative energy sources were not used much. Why they were not used much by the consumers? Then fourth one, if the passage includes some words that are opposite of each other, we have to find out the opposites of each other. Then we have what is the message which is conveyed by the passage I was about to say. State whether the following statement is true or false. Then we have Okay, so we got enough information. What else we are going to find here? Let's suppose make a list of the words that we need to find out. We need to find out the difference between energy sources, right? Then we need to find out the message. We need to find out the tone of the writer. We need to find out the opposite, right, words. All right. So these are the keywords that we got actually. So let's know. So based on this, please go through the entire passage that has been shown to you. I hope you will get it. And let me tell you a very important thing, that you will get the answers of first two questions in the first two paragraphs only. In the first two paras. Apply kar lena aap chahiye. You'll get to know about it. And that another important thing, 2 to 3 questions would be straightforward, right? Will be straightforward. Keep this thing in mind. So please go through the passage and then you will get to know the answers very clearly. All right, I hope this is clear to everybody out there. So this is how we should do. Let's first of all, which of the following statement best describes the difference between alternate energy sources are more expensive, renewable are more inexhaustible, and alternative energy sources are renewable as renewable energy sources are exhaustible, because renewable energy sources are inexhaustible, whereas alternate energy sources could be exhaustible. Let's suppose we have got to know this. Let's see the very first para. If we talk about this, so we have to underline the first and last line of each para, right? Just the first and the last line, right? So we know that the alternative essential resources we use to supplement and people, traditional energy sources used for power generation. All energy resources fall under the category of alternate. Then that's because renewable energy sources are derived naturally. So जो naturally है, जो natural resources are, that they are inexhaustible, right? So likewise we have to underline last and first line of each para, right? It can be produced from large scale, from where, like wind energy, it's talking about wind power, from where it can be generated, from how geothermal power can be generated, geothermal electricity, how it is generated. We have to mention these many things. Nuclear energy, how it is created, then solar power, how it is created. Just underline first and last lines and definitely you'll find the answers, right? This is how these are to be done. So, okay, I hope it is clearly understood by all of you. Is it? Shall we proceed to the next one? Mango, Mangifera indica, a name. Again, you have to do the same thing. Read the questions, then come to the passage, use FLT technique, underline the first and the last line of each paragraph, and then try to find out. So please do it this way, right? Next, you have been given the data. So you have to underline the first and the last line of each paragraph after reading it, right? Just read it and just keep underlining the first and the last line so that you can clearly get an idea, right? We are doing it here as well. Why it has gained popularity, right? In India, include Andhra Pradesh, Uttar Pradesh, Karnataka, Bihar, Tamil, Andhra Pradesh and Uttar Pradesh are the leading states. Mango is grown in area of this much land, right? Then we have to underline so many pointers here, just like this, and then Indian mango exports talk about, hence efforts are needed to evolve cheap transportation mechanism. We need to underline these many things as well. Talking about this, then we have the table. Table के basis पे we can clearly gauge an idea कि इनसे highest lowest पूछा जा सकता है, right? Now, we can see that for becoming the king of jungle, lion has to be the strongest, bravest, and similarly mango is known to be the king of fruits because of its rich taste, basically, right? Because it is considered as a tasty fruit and because of its richness and as a component of culture and religion. So likewise, you will get the answers of these many questions, right? So I hope it is completely clear to everybody out there. Second, the fill in the blanks, the statement of India, the largest producer of mangoes with this, and this can be attributed to Indian orchard. This is just an fact or opinion because it is an subjective judgment or an objective detail. कि just opinion है या क्या है? It is a fact. It is not an opinion. It is a fact, right? India being the major shareholder, you just have to justify, and on the basis of this, you have to select based on the table which three countries were at par, जो कि बिल्कुल par जो equality पे हैं. Let's have a look at that as well. ये तो हम बता सकते हैं. We have ये we have this, we have Bahrain 2-2-2, 2-2-2. Par का मतलब which are equals, right? So in that case, you need to understand. Now, considering the next question based on grammar, let's do it. Are you ready to solve grammar? Are you ready? Are you ready? Please let me know. Are you ready? Are you ready? Please let me know. Are you ready to delve deep into the grammar again? Are you ready to practice grammar again? Tell me, tell me, tell me. We are just, going to practice PYQ grammar here. Are you ready? Okay, do this. Since you have been found guilty of, let's do it. Guilty of. What is to be written over here then? What is to be written over here? What is to be written over here? Found guilty of. Found guilty of. I am waiting for your response, dear students. Found guilty of. Found guilty of delivering. Delivering, right? Delivering. Then we have the next one. Read the given sentence from a research study. Identify the error and supply the correction in the sentence. Today, researchers are trying to establish whether yoga must help relieve people from depression and arthritis. Researchers are trying to establish. They are trying. They have not proved it yet. Whether yoga must help. Must is used for compulsion. How can we use must? Whether yoga. So, what is the error and what is the correction? This is the error. This is the error. And correction is can. क्या योगा कर सकता है, right? Like that you need to mention. All right, people, just give me 10 seconds for this. I'll be back again. So people, I hope it is clearly understood. Swati and Akshat had a conversation about the opening of Swati's art exhibition report. Akshat's question, did the organizers offer you any discount? He's asking about that. As this begins with a helping verb, we are supposed to use if or whether. So what we are going to write, Akshat asked Swati if the organizers had offered her any discount, like that. You need to do this. Next question, read the dialogue between Manish and his father. Did you get a new coach in the academy to train you? Yes, the new coach is very motivating and pushes us to perform better. So Manish's father asked him, now again this begins with did, right? This begins with did. So what we need to mention, that if he had got a new coach in the academy, to train him, to which Manish replied in the affirmation and added that the new coach has been very motivating. So although we have got the options here, still I have already told you the answer. Whether or if he had got a new coach. So it should be if he had got a new coach in the academy to train him. This is the appropriate answer. Fill in the blank. From a policy document, it helps anyone dash whom, who, which wants to enter in a contractual relationship. So if it is for a person, so we cannot use which, because it is used for known living things, or it is used sometimes for animals as well. So for whom or for who? Who का मतलब क्या होता है? जो. Whom का मतलब क्या होता है? जिससे. So it is, if it helps anyone who wants to enter. Right? I hope this is clear. Now we have the next thing. Identify the error again. We live in an ever changed world, and in order to keep up and become successful, continuous education is a must. We live in an ever changed नहीं होता है. It is ever changing होता है. It is changing, right? Ever changing world. Next question. Select the option that identifies the error. The search for better employment opportunities. This is our subject, the search, which is singular, right? For the better employment opportunities are the key. Let's choose the poll here. Let's do it. Let's do the poll. Let's do the poll. I hope you could find the answer over here. Have you found out the answer? Very simple. The search, which is a singular subject, right? Right? So it should be. Exactly. Very good. See, but 28% only students said chat section में आप लिख रहे हो. But in poll, I got very less response, dear students. Let's see. So this should be is, right? Because this is incorrect. Then complete the given narrative by filling in the blank with the correct option. Once scorching summer, the desert became dry and there was no water left for the plants that rose quickly. Dash to wilt. Began to wilt, beginning to wilt, begins to wilt, or begin to wilt. Let's choose this also in the form of poll. Let's do it. So I hope it's pretty clear. So the answer should be, one scorching summer, the desert became dry. All right? All right? So clear? What should be the answer over here? Let me see in the comment section how many of you have done it. Right? All right, let's see. D begins. How it can be begin, dear student? Let's see, it is already in past. The desert became dry. Here we have second form of the verb, right? So let's see it for a while. There was no water. There was, so it is already in past. Left the rose quickly, right? So it should be began. Don't you think? It should be began, dear, right? It should be began. So I hope it's completely fine and it's completely clear to all the students out there. We have just discussed the whole question paper for language and literature. क्योंकि एक पूरा complete कराने के बाद ही we should be moving to communicative, right? चलो, next we have report the dialogue between Deepika and Nida by completing the, are you excited about your sister's marriage? Yes, indeed, my family has been busy. Deepika asked Nida if she has been excited about her sister's marriage. Nida answered in the affirmative and explained that her family has been की जगह क्या हो जाएगा, had been हो जाएगा, बस ये करना है as per the rules. Fill in the blank by choosing the correct option. We use essential cookies to make our site work. यहाँ पे cookies biscuits की बात नहीं हो रही है, which is cookies which make a website, which controls the website traffic, right? That way you get notifications as well. With your consent, you may also use non-essential cookies to dash and analyze website. Okay, let's choose the poll here. Let's do it. Let's do the poll question over here. ये दिखेगा? Okay, let's do it now. Let's do it, let's do it, let's do it, let's do it, let's do it. Is it clear? Very, very simple. With your consent, we all may also use non-essential cookies too. 2. So, what is the answer? It should be A. Let's see how many of you answered. Just 14%. A. So, this should not be the condition before your exam. In some of the questions, you feel stuck. Next. Complete the slogan. The road to success lies along the path that stash recycle bins lined with. Lined to का क्या मतलब होता है? It is lined with is correct. Why it is correct? Because lined with means there are roads, and along with them there are both recycle bins are there along both the sides, right? So that's why it is lined with. Identify. There are courses offer you concise training on individual growth and personal developments, right? So developments का development हमेशा plural भी development ही होता है. Development does not have any plural form like as developments, so it should not have s. So that's why the correction would be developments. Right, the correction would be development only. No s. This is incorrect, right? I hope it is correct. And now let's have the creative writing section. As Komal Gupta, Dev Apartments, Rajpur, you believe that proper waste management is a must in today's times when we need to promote recycling for optimized utilization of things or products. Despite ample promotion by civic authorities about segregation of waste. It's about segregation of waste. Basically, it is about environment in a nutshell. It is talking about segregation of waste, right? So what you need to mention over here, you have to write a letter to the MLA of your city. Again, formal letter, MLA, sender address, date, receiver's address in 3 lines. Mark first letter of each word as capital. Then you need to mention the body part, I mean the subject, then salutation, then body part, and then the conclusion, right? And then complimentary close, and then finish it. Then, or as Anushri Jan, naam hame already is given. A resident of 52 Mount View Apartments, you have to mention this as sender's address. Abadpur has to be mentioned in address, right? So write a letter to the editor of a local daily in about 120 words, highlighting the inconvenience faced by the resident locality in offering solutions. So power cut problem is a very prominent problem, is a very common problem in the localities. So keeping this in mind, the one has to write a letter. So what you are going to write about the ongoing issue of power cut and how the problem can be solved, and you just give your suggestions and then end it, right? So this is how the formal letters are to be done. Next question, it is about a climate change impact on agriculture is a point of concern. This. It affects all 3 aspects of food security, availability, access and absorption. This. Different crops react to climate change in different ways. The chart given below highlights the impact. Now it is based on the chart. बस मुझे ये बता दो अब. What is our introduction? Introduction, which I told you that you will receive from the question itself. Now you see the chart given, this is our introduction for our answer. How smartly we have made fool, right? Impact of climate change on various crops based on the given data. Write an analytical paragraph. This is our intro, that is to be mentioned. This is our intro, right? That has to be mentioned there. Then you have the data. Negative, it shows negative. It shows the one which is filled with gray color, it shows positive. Mixed, and it shows a The one which is filled with black, it shows a mixed response, and then the one which has a mark like this gray, it shows positive, right? Now let us see rice, wheat, maize. क्या क्या पॉजिटिव, क्या क्या नेगेटिव है? राइस नेगेटिव, व्हीट नेगेटिव, मेज नेगेटिव, sorghum नेगेटिव, पोटैटो पॉजिटिव, पोटैटो मिक्स रिस्पॉन्स, ग्राउंड मिक्स, कोकोनट मिक्स, ग्राम पॉजिटिव, सोयाबीन पॉजिटिव, अनियन पॉजिटिव, कैस्टर पॉजिटिव, मस्टर्ड मिक्स्ड, marine fish negative, marine fish mixed, and freshwater fish negative. How simple as that. So what you just need to mention, you just have to mention how many negative aspects are there, how many positive, and just mix some of them, some mixed also, right? So this is how this analytical paragraph has to be done. B part. So I hope students dropping out of school, I hope you would prefer writing this over to that, because you will have to apply your brain in that. Brain इसमें भी apply करना पड़ेगा. Both the questions are simple. It's just that you need to take care of the format. That introduction has to be derived from the question, conclusion has to be derived from the question, and the main trend setter of the content part in the analytical paragraph you will be getting from the given clues itself, right? Students who considered dropping out of school gave these reasons. I did not like the school, 73% in there. So let's see the highest percentage. Abhi pata chal jata hai dropping out cases mein. Let's see the lowest percentage, which is this, and let's see the moderate one, which is 35, you can say. So based on the trend, this is the highest, this is the lowest, this is the moderate level. So you have to describe how many of them who consider dropping out. Kiska kitna reason hai? How much reason is just how much? How many dropping out cases are there and what are the reasons for them? So then you just have to state that, right? So what you can infer from this, use these many lines. Agar koi cheez aapke paas proof hai, to you just write it is evident from the given data. That's it. Okay, I hope it is pretty clear. Now let's come back to literature section. So in the previous year question paper, there was a question which was asked, which was extract based question, which came from a very simple lesson, that was a tea from Assam, right? A tea from Assam, right? So it was state one inference about Rajveer, inferential based question. CBSE loves to ask inference based questions. CBSE loves to ask thematic based questions. CBSE loves to ask value based questions. Just please remember this thing. So Rajveer too was an ardent fan of detective story, but at that moment he was keen on looking at the beautiful scenery. So why he was keen on looking at the beautiful scenery? Because he was mesmerized by the sight around him. He would just want to be lost in those. He felt spellbound. He was spellbound seeing the beautiful sights around him, right? That's why. So state one reason, the reason Rajveer was interested in looking at the beautiful scenery was that the detective book he was reading was not at all. It's just that he was more interested in sightseeing. This was not the reason. This was not the case, right? So I hope, yes. Can I use with regards in the letter? No, just write yours truly, because on formal note, we just write this only, right? I hope it's clear. Didi, Coorg फिर से समझा दो. Coorg, you just have to remember one thing. Coorg is known as the heaven on this planet Earth, and Coorg is known as the Scotland of India. You have to remember Coorg is famous for martial men, beautiful women, right? And Coorg is known for coffee plantation. Coorg is known for beautiful bungalows. Coorg is known for spices as well. You have to talk about those two distinct theories of the descendants, about the descendants, right? About the origin of Coorgis, that they may have some of the theories. As per the theories, they are the descendants of the Alexander the Greek, because some of the army, they chose to stay there only. They married the locals. In terms of the outfit, just because they used to wear embroidered belt with the long coat, waistcoat. So that's why we can just, say that they must belong to the land of Arabs, right? Then we talk about one of the most one of the most decorated regiment. तो आपको ये mention करना है, right? Okay, chalo. All right. Now, people who live in big cities always fascinated by natural beauty. So this way you have to see, and now dwarfing the tiny tea plants were tall, sturdy like shady trees, and amidst the orderly rows of bushes busily moved doll-like figures. किसको doll-like figures mention किया गया है? Tea pluckers को. They stand amazingly in such a queue that it looks like a doll-like structures, right? Next. So likewise, you can just, read the same. This is from the thief story. I hope you must have read enough. Ma'am, writer tone in this. Writer tone is very, hopeful, optimistic. They are discussing simple, right? All right, now let's see the next one. Why it is fair, why it is fair I hope it's clear to all of you. अलग sir को बुलाओ. Okay. So I hope it's all clear. I'm going to give you a short break after this because I know you must be very hungry and you have to be very calm and very composed, right? See, every teacher tries harder. Please do not compare any teacher. Don't ask me such questions like that, okay? So I know all other teachers are also working so hard. So please stop this comparison कि आप better हो और आप ये हो, okay? So, all right. Now, so these sort of questions, yes, let's have this extract based question, everybody. This is asked from how to tell wild animals. And I've already told you while explaining the lesson as well when we had a one shot and when we had a revision marathon, there's this last time is very, very important. Even if nothing is there, there is irony, there is irony, there is irony. Even if there is nothing on the tree, it's the chameleon you see. क्योंकि वो उसकी ability होती है camouflaging. Right? So even if there is nothing on the tree, it's the chameleon you'll see there. Then when the speaker says if there is nothing on the tree, the chameleon, he refers to the camouflaging as a characteristic trait of chameleon. So likewise, you have a lizard sort of a thing. Yes, it belongs, the chameleon belongs to the category of a lizard. So which of the following best describes the speaker's disposition while describing? Indifferent, dismissive, playful, respectful. Playful नहीं है, respectful नहीं है. थोड़ा सा indifferent है. Comment on the poet's use of language. Simple, mocking tone, मतलब एक humorous tone में, simple, light-hearted tone में, he's describing various animals along based on their behavioral patterns and their physical appearance. Next, my head is full of whispers, wonderful, which tomorrow will be silent. Listen, the glass is breaking. This is from the trees. So, wahi questions, we have discussed all sort of questions like this. Like this is one of the most important line. कैसे क्यों अब एक पेड़ है, right? And moon is here, right? So it has so many branches, although I don't know how to make tree really well. I'll try to make it again. Okay. I'll try to make it beautiful. Brown. Okay, I'll try to make it beautiful. Then we have green color. Right? We have certain branches. We have these parts of branches. Right? Here is the moon. So with the part of the branch part of the branches, so the moon feels like a mirror, broken pieces of a mirror, because some parts of the mirror could not be visible, right? It seems like a mirror. It's a moon. Look like a broken mirror. क्योंकि branches की वजह से जो इसका part है, जो इसका moon का part है, वो divide हो चुका है, right? And why there is a reference to the oak tree in this? Because it stands as a symbol of wisdom, right? So I hope this is all clear. Let's see the next one. You can do these questions. My head is full of whispers, which tomorrow will be silent. You can tell about the poet's state of mind, what she's expecting from those trees. Then answer any 4 questions. These are the short questions. What I did as the postmaster come up with. He plans to contribute a part of his income as charity, and he urges other people working there. Then briefly, the contrast between the young seagull initial attempts to fly and his successful flight. Initially, he could not gather up the courage, but with the passage of time, in the last attempt, he withdrew that. In order to withdraw that piece of fish, just because he was mad with hunger, maddened by hunger, he just got a push factor in that, right? So the baker and his family never start because it was considered to be a very profitable business. The tale of Custard the dragon is humorous. Ballad क्या होता है? Through which story is being told, right? Then we have, what does Mr. Harriet mean by happy period? We have already discussed, because the things which were sent by Mrs. Pumphrey for tricky were consumed by the hospital staff, including the doctor. How Ebright's mother played an important role. जो question मैंने आपसे discuss किए थे, the question which I have discussed with you are there in the last year's question paper. A well-known book of nursery rhymes, Save the World. We have already discussed this while explaining the chapters as well. Now let's have a look at the next question, 120 long questions. So this is value-based, the desire is more personal, whereas a vision has broader connotations. You have been asked to present an analysis on Bholi's desire and Mandela's vision. So you are being asked to do this question based on, this question is based on comparison across text-based questions. So please do not forget to mention the themes of these lessons. Right? You have been chosen to address the student gathering from the nearby schools to speak on how to deal with the loss, personal or material. Prepare a speech draft in more than 120 words, not more than 120 words, not more than. The whole poem and a sermon at Banaras. It is based on symbolism and it is based on the mystery of life and inevitability of death. So you have to mention these many things. So, right, so this way you have to answer. Imagine that Griffin's conscience pricks him and he decides to write a diary entry. Now on the either side, in the parallel universe, can you imagine this thing? Can this thing be possible? It's like Griffin is actually guilty of his acts. So as a result of which he's writing a diary entry, right? So a character arc is the transformation, a very, very important question. These two questions are very, very important, dear students. Please mark these questions important. Please mark important. Very, very important. A character arc is the transformation or development of a character throughout a story and refers to the change of a character that undergoes. In light of the statement, trace the character. So she completely underwent a change in her character, right from becoming a very shrewd and a very greedy and very adamant lady. She transformed into a very moral, into a very modest, into a very contented lady, isn't it? So this is how you should remember. Right? I hope this is all clear to everybody out there. I hope it is clear to everybody out there. So with this, I would really like to express my gratitude towards all the students who have been listening to me so patiently, all the students who are going to appear for their language and literature paper. I wish you all the very, very, very best for your tomorrow's exam. And yes, please, because I know you need a push-up factor, you need a motivational factor, and I'll be there to motivate you throughout, right? So if even if you feel there is any doubt that still persists, I will be available for you till the very end, and that too at 5 a.m. live, especially for you people, so that you may not face any problem for your exam. So with this, I can say that I am done with language and literature part, and once after a short break, I will be back for those who have communicative English. So we would be starting with that, right? So I would like to, give you certain tips. Language literature students, while it comes to literature section, please focus on your word limit and not the page count, because your examiner will always look for your exact words, and not the exact words. He will always look for your appropriate words. He will look for your good vocabulary, right? But not the page count. Don't think as if you are writing in 2 or 3 pages, you have exaggerated the answer and you are going to get good marks. Not at all. This is just a misconception, right? So please take care. Quote a word. Remember, keywords are the most important things in literature. इतने important होते हैं. Remember to underline your keywords in each and every answer that you write. This will definitely help you in fetching wonderful marks. With this, I wish you all a very good luck for your tomorrow's exam, and I'll be there for you in the morning as well. So to all the early risers, to all the early birds out there, don't get panic. Be ready for your live class that is going to be at 5 a.m. right? So till then, now you can just revise things, and you can have a healthy, you can have your dinner, and then you can go to sleep, and then you can just wake up, and then can have just a brief revision with me to have a wonderful to have wonderful marks in your exams. So with a short break, I would be beginning with the communicative English part now. So okay, now let's begin with that. I will be describing communicative English to all those students. So we would be beginning with our communicative English after a short break, dear students. So please keep this thing in mind, right? Okay. All right, dear. I will be back after a very short break. Okay, 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 okay. It will be a I would write it here. I'm not able to adjust the timing here itself. So I would be back after, how much time do you need actually to start afresh again? So I hope 15 minutes would be enough. 15 minutes would be enough to start. right? Okay, green is not visible. Green is not that visible. Keep smiling, keep smiling, keep smiling, keep smiling. I will be back after very soon, right? Hello, hello, hello. I am back again. I am back again. So I hope you are ready to revise communicative English, everybody. I hope everybody is ready for the same bar chat में लिखे हुए थे communicative English, when we are going to do communicative English, when we are going to learn communicative English, when we are going to revise communicative English. So here we are going to revise, okay? So I hope everybody is back. You might have had your dinner, right? Support for Free Fire? Free Fire? Is it the time to just discuss about Free Fire? Is that so? Okay. Time over. Now we are going to revise the entire communicative English. Let's get ready. So the very first chapter, The Two Gentlemen of Verona, there is irony in the title. Let me tell you. There is irony in the title. Okay. Irony in the title. What is the irony? Despite the fact that there were two young boys, there were just two boys of 12 and 3 years in age, and still they are called gentlemen because of the maturity that they possess. बहुत mature थे, right? Beyond their age, right? You are my good luck charm. Ma'am, you are my good luck charm. Thank you so much, Avasti. Thank you so much. No, I just know you are going to go, you are going to rock it. Everybody is going to rock the exam. Okay. So why are Nicola and Jacopo called true gentlemen? Because of their dignity, because of their maturity, because of their sense, because of their sensibility, right? Then we have what sacrifices did they make? They worked day and night, they worked odd jobs, they used to sell newspapers, they used to sell grocery, they used to polish shoes, they used to work as tourist guides, so in order to give a better life to their sisters, to their only sister who was suffering from the tuberculosis of spine, right? Next, narrator's role. The narrators observes and appreciates their dignified roles, so they did not succumb to any sympathy, they did not want to gather capture anybody's attention, so they did not play the victim card. Rather, they decided to be independent by working harder and harder for their only sister. Message: true greatness lies in character and sacrifice, but not wealth. Just like these two boys, one is 12 years old and another is 13 years old, right? Next, we have Packletide's tiger. And yes, let me tell you a very important thing. Title justification, title is very, very important in this. Two Gentlemen of Verona, very, very important title. You can be asked like how two boys worked really hard in order to, cure their sister of her illness, right? Then talking about Mrs. Packletide's tiger, it talks about materialism, it talks about greed, it talks about jealousy factor among women, right? So what's that? Let's see theme: jealousy, pride, pretense. Mrs. Packletide hunts a tiger to outshine Luna Bimberton. So can you imagine, just because there was a lady named Luna Bimberton, we have three ladies in the chapter. So Mrs. Luna Bimberton had already hunted a tiger and is quite popular among masses, just because her names had been quite popular among people, because her names had been multiple times there in the newspapers, magazine and articles. So likewise, Mrs. Packletides was so greedy and she was so jealous of her popularity that she also wanted to throw a party in order to show Luna Bimberton down, in order to make her feel belittled. So in order to just flaunt and in order to show off the tiger skin that she was planning to hang. So for that, she just fabricated an entire scene. She just she announced a reward of 1,000 rupees for the villagers. She even arranged some children who could who would stand along the fence so that things are in proper shape, right? So likewise, so let's discuss, why did Mrs. Packletides hunt a tiger? How did the tiger die? It died of the heart failure, but not because of the gunshot, right? It died of the heart failure because of the voice of the gun, right? How did jealousy cause humiliation? Hull's fall price led to embarrassment and blackmailing. Just because we have another greedy lady in the chapter, Mrs. Bebbins, who keeps blackmailing her for one thing or the other, and then she was demanding that she need to buy a weekend cottages. For that, she need to have hush money. She'll have to give her hush money. She was demanding hush money from Mrs. Packletides. So she had to struggle a lot. She has to, incur huge expense at the cost of her popularity, right? So this way you have to remember. Now, let us see further. Letter by Dhumaketu is a very touching account about Coachman Ali, who used to be a very ruthless hunter, but once he got separated from his own daughter because he was expecting a letter from his own daughter. So that's why by the time he understood the real pain of separation, because he used to feel pleasure, he used to derive pleasure from by seeing the terrorized faces of the young ones of the birds, right? So in order to just when he got separated from his own daughter, when he could not receive any letter, but only that time he understood the real pain of separation. He understood the real meaning of suffering. Until then, and since then he just just, gave up that habit of hunting, right? Next, so message is empathy is essential in life. Empathy is so essential. We should be empathetic towards others' feelings as well, right? Next, why did Ali visit Delhi? In order to receive it, because he was hoping for a letter from his daughter. How was Ali treated? He was treated with humiliation. He was taunted by the post office people. Then what realization occurs? The postmaster realizes a father's pain after Ali's death. I told you there is a plot within a plot. There is a subplot, right? So this Ali understood the real meaning of suffering and pain and separation when he got separated from his own daughter because his daughter was married to a soldier. Then this postmaster could just empathize with Ali, right? Just because when he himself got separated from his daughter when his daughter was ill and he could not receive any letter from her. So there is a plot within a plot, right? Now, I hope this is pretty clear, everybody. Next, we have a shady plot, which is based on, although the name is shady plot, and you can say there is a gothic element, we have the supernatural element in the story, despite the fact that it has some supernatural element, right? It has a tinge of supernatural element, but still it is a humorous story, right? We have the ghost Helen, we have Lavinia, we have Gladolia the Cook, we have John Hallock, right? Why could not John write? Because he was not getting any fresh ideas. Because he was not getting any fresh ideas. So you can go through the small, short questions, right? Next, we have Patol Babu, the film star. You have to talk about his struggle. You have to talk about his passion. He was a passionate actor, but just because of huge losses that he had to incur in his life, he remained unemployed for a longer period of time, not for a shorter period of time. And then when he got a break finally because somebody in the neighborhood had suggested him to perform or act a small role in a theatrical house, right? Like that. So I hope there is no problem. You have to just talk about the dignified nature, that dignity comes first. Right, like that. So I hope it is pretty clear to everybody out there. Next, we have Virtually True. It is based on online gaming. It is based on two characters. We have Sebastian Schultz, and we have Michael Dawson, who keeps saving Sebastian Schultz in the online game, and likewise simultaneously was recovering from his illness, that is coma. He was suffering from coma in the real life just because his memory was transferred to the online gaming, just because by the time he met with an accident, he was playing inside his car, right? So you can just go through these short questions as well. We have given the themes, we have given the major tips, we have given the message. Technology connects deeply with reality here, right? Next, Frog in the Nightingale. It is based on an imaginary land, marshy land, right, of a Bengal bog in which the frog claimed himself to be the owner of the symmetry of the entire Bengal bog, and he keeps dominating, he keeps exploiting the he keeps exploiting the nightingale for her singing so melodiously, and he even takes undue advantage of her song by inviting other creatures by charging heavy amount of fees as of the concert, right? So this way you have to remember. So please go through these questions. Message: believe in yourself. The poor nightingale could not believe in her own abilities. She was underconfident. She considered the cunning frog, right, to be the Mozart in disguise. So you have to take care of these many pointers. Shagun Verma ka ek reply. What are you writing? I can see this thing. I hope you students are clearly able to understand what is going on, right? Okay. Next, we have Not Marble Nor the Gilded Monuments. See, this poem by Shakespeare and Ozymandias are related to each other. What talks about the ravages of time? And that everything on this planet is subject to decay, right? Everything is subject to decay, right? So you can go through these as we have just discussed. We already had a class last night, so we had already revised in the morning itself. So by this time you should be in a position to revise these many pointers. Next, we have Ozymandias. This poem is also based on the life of an adamant king who claimed himself, or who considered himself to be uh, the most powerful, right? So likewise you can just go through these questions. Themes: power, pride, impermanence of glory and grandeur, right? We have ruined statue shows temporary nature of power, but in that ruined statue also on his face, the expressions of pride were there. It were there, right? Message, pride and power do not last forever, right? Time ke aage, nothing is there. That you need to remember. Rhyme of the Ancient Mariner, in which there is a sailor who stops one of the wedding guests and he keeps telling about the tale about, it is all about sin and redemption. It is all about that, right? So please take care, respect all living beings. That you need to remember. Then we have snake, which is a symbol of dignity, nature and peace. So in this, the poet had two feelings. He's fickle minded. One is inner voice and another factor is social conditioning. That is inner voice instructed him to respect the snake. It is as a symbol of nature, as a symbol of dignity, as a symbol of peace. But on the other hand, if we talk about social conditioning, which instructed him that he was convinced enough to kill the snake with a log of wood that he threw. Later, he got guilty for his, he felt guilty for this act of cowardice, right? Next. CBSE language question paper that we have already discussed, dear students. I hope this is quite enough to make you understand. So let's me थोड़ा सा current जैसा मुझे कुछ ऐसा I just felt. It's okay. So we have discussed so many things. So I hope everybody is clear with this. Yeah, and one more thing, dear students, I would like to tell here, right? This is common for you people also when it comes to literature section. So please just use keywords, right? These are just the example. Let's suppose you get to write a question and answer on Mrs. Packletite's Tiger or Gentleman of Verona. So you just please do not forget to mention, underline the keywords, right? So that I'll write the tips here. Right, keep answer direct and value based and use a word or a quote from the text if you remember something. That would be good. That would be a plus. That would be that definitely add a benefit, right? इससे क्या होता है? Okay, I like it, so I'll use it. So let's see. Important point. What's that? What's that? Underline. Right? Do this. Second. Yes, this. What you're supposed to do? Right? Do not start with anything new now. Do not start anything new. Please, you have already prepared everything. Now is just the time to revise, to memorize and to sleep peacefully, right? So please do not get panic. Do not get impatient. I know you are going to do it wonderfully. So everybody, please pay attention to this important thing. While it comes to literature, underline keywords. Stick to the word limit. Do not use black pen at all. Do not use it, right? Do not use black pen. I hope this is clear to everybody out there. I hope there is no confusion regarding this, right? So everybody, one more thing I would like to tell you here, that you people have done a wonderful job. You people have studied really hard. You have really worked harder in all the sections, reading, writing, grammar, literature, everything. Now is the time to prove yourself, but don't be in any pressure. Don't feel pressurized. Be calm, be composed. Again, I would suggest you to keep recalling those positive 5 affirmations that we just discussed in the beginning of the session. And yes, we do not stop here. We have more beyond this. because you don't have to panic at all, because I will be there for you in the live morning session, early morning sessions. So all my early risers, all my lovely birds, all my early birds out there, so please, please, please attend that session in order to practice more and more, and in order to get motivated, in order to get highly motivated, right? In order to boost your morale. I'll be there for you sharp at 5 a.m. So don't forget to join me live there. Till then, dear students, have a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful night, and please sleep peacefully. Have enough water, have plenty of water, right? Now, I just wrap up the session and I take your leave. Till then, have a wonderful night, right? Sweet dreams, and see you all in early morning session. Wish you all the very best. I know you are going to rock it, right? All right.